by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
The new one because set 2, as you can see, the other one was set 1. The card builder, Quilt Builder card decks. So if you've not seen this thing, what is it? It's lovely. It looks like one of those games you have on at Christmas, doesn't it? It could be a game. So in here there are 40 cards. Now this is genius. I absolutely love this because this allows you to make a quilt really easily and as far as planning goes. So in the box you get 40 of these cards. They look like this. Now you get the ones that have got grey and white on. That's these. They are the quilt blocks. I'll show you those in a minute. Then you get a card that tells you how to use them, how it works and how to create them. And then you get some block layouts so you can see, give you some ideas of the layouts. Lots of them. And then you get some tech cards that shows things like how to finish binding widths, how to make half square triangles, how to work out the fabric for a quilt. So if you look at one of the blocks, it shows you on the, there's the block. So this is the, I think it's called the flower basket. See, there's a name for that. But if you look on the back, it tells you exactly how much fabric you need for each one, what size pieces. It shows you a picture of the block in white, a picture in grayscale, how it's pieced, and then what it looks like in colour. So every single block, really simple, easy to follow, it's to hand, it's there, so you can do it. Now the whole pack of all of these cards with 40 different blocks, 40 new blocks, 8 quilt layouts, so unlimited possibilities of what you're going to do, because it depends, you don't have to use all different blocks, you can choose. £15. That's amazing, isn't it? £15. So shall I show you how it works? So, oh, it's difficult because I haven't got the overhead, have I, on this one? Can I move over? Can I move? I'm moving officially. I'm moving because I want to be able to show you. It's no good if you haven't got an overhead camera. So say I decide that I want to do, if I choose one of the layouts in here, because there's so many of them, I'm thinking, oh, sashed layout, is that better? Oh, now I've ruined my pile of fabrics. Right, so you can lay these out in whatever way you want. So you can follow one of their layouts where they've got all the different ones. It tells you what block you need. But if you wanted to say create a sampler quilt and you think, right, well, I want to do a quilt that's 4 blocks by 4, just pick out the ones you like, or just take these, just do them randomly. What's great is that they've put them all in grayscale so that you're not distracted by colour, but because obviously the colour is up to you. Because if these were all blue or pink, you'd think, well, I don't like that because it's that shade. But yes, thank you, Ben. If you're ever curious to see how your dog sees your quilt, this is how your dog sees it. I didn't know dogs saw in black and white. Okay. So, but what's great, when you look at that now from overhead, because they've done it in grayscale, you can automatically see which are the light, which are the medium, which are the dark, which are the dominant. It also allows you to think, well, actually, yeah, that's not going to work because a lot of light and dark in that one. So if I really want to do that one, I'm going to put that one there, and I'm going to put that one there. You could then photocopy them. So if you wanted to create a quilt using just one block but repeated several times, you could put it under the photocopy and cut them out, and then you can lay it out. But you might look at it and think, oh, well, that one there looks a bit complicated, so I'm not going to have that one. Let's put that one in instead. That's quite nice. But you can see then how it works. If you want to follow one of the block layouts, you can just follow this. So this is purely a layout. So you might think, right, well, I'm going to have a plain square block there, but then I'm going to have some triangular ones there. And it says, when you look at this around the block layout with 12-inch blocks, and then you can have this as the center, so you can pick out the blocks that are there, put them around the edge. It gives you an idea of colorways as well. There's just so much there. I mean, I love this one, the tilted layout. And then on the back, it shows you what happens if you create it. So it goes diagonally across the quilt. But obviously, any of these layouts you can use with any of these blocks. So if you thought, well, I really love, in fact, this is that's the Hunter's Star, the idea of it, because that's the pinwheel. If you just wanted to create a pinwheel quilt, you've got all of the instructions that you need on the back of how to create it. What you need to do, so for A, so if you look at this, the white fabric is the A, and you'll need, if you want to make a 6-inch block, you need a 3 7/8 inch square. But if you want to make a 36-inch block, you'll need an 18 7/8. So it gives you all the different sizes of squares that you need, whether you're going to make a 6-inch block all the way up to an 8, then a 10, then a 12, then a 36, all the way up to that. So with this one card, you're getting 5 different blocks, just how to make it. So if you just wanted to make a pinwheel quilt, that will do on its own. But if you wanted to make a really, beautiful sampler quilt using all of these different blocks, then what a fab way to do it. We can put more. Look at them all. I mean, some of them are really intricate and I would say complex, and other of them, like the pinwheel one, really simple. But I love that one. But you could go, right, what I'm going to do, I'm going to make one of these, and every week I'm going to make a different block. And you could just use all the scraps you've got, say, right, and then just take them randomly, because there's 40 here. So you could, if you made 40 blocks, you could make an enormous quilt. And then you could say, right, I'm not even going to choose. I'm just going to pick up the first one. So let's get one that's a bit more complicated. So say you wanted to make this one. I really like that one. I think that's lovely. And then you turn it over. Okay, so there's A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's labelled here where they go. So for A, I'm going to make them all as 10-inch blocks. So for the A, I need to cut 2 2 1/8 inch squares. So it's really simple to follow. So B, I'm going to cut 2 2 1/4. You could go for your stash and go, well, I'm going to go for the same sort of colourway. I'm going to do it all in blue and white. So all of my blues and all of my whites. Or I'm going to do it all in cream and then cream light fabrics, and then all of the others are going to be all super bright ones. Or I'm going to do it all in monochrome. And then every week, make another one. And then before you know it, you've got the whole quilt. You'd have absolutely loads. But it is a really good way. I would say if you were thinking about, well, only you want to use 1 or 2 of the blocks, photocopy them, and then you can lay them all out like this, and you can see how it works. And it's interesting, actually, because when I'm looking at it from laying it out from where I'm standing, it looks very different to where you're looking at it overhead, because when you look at it overhead, the grayscale stands out more. You can really see what goes and what doesn't go. So I would say that when you do it, put it on a table, stand on a chair, because you need to be overhead, and take a photo of it. But can you imagine this all in blue and white? You know, and it doesn't even matter. I mean, you can lay it out in any order you want, but if you make all of the blocks, then you could then rearrange them afterwards. And obviously some of them, like this one, you think, well, that one's very dark, but you don't have to use really dark ones. It's just giving you an idea. I mean, I'd be looking at that one going, oh, I'm going to put that one on the corner, but you don't have to use. I mean, look at this block here. It's like a pinwheel. What's it called? Mosaic number 2, but you've got like a pinwheel in the centre, surrounded by lines. So if you join several of these together, these diagonal lines would join to make crosses, which you only see if you've got another one, but this one would join with that one. You would get crosses between pinwheels then. That would look absolutely amazing. But it'd be great. So say you were making a quilt for a friend, you say, right, choose your block. Which block would you like? But like with this one as well, as you can see from here, this has got this diagonal line, which is just formed from triangles. There's nothing complex in here, by the way. It's all squares and triangles. That's all. There's nothing really, there's not sort of Y seams or complex stuff. It is squares and triangles. So with this one, if you look at that diagonal line, if you put another one next to it, you've got a diagonal line that's crossing. These squares will then meet at centres. So if you do photocopy, then that's how you'll see how they work. Then you can see how they work together. That's nice, isn't it? What's that one called? Twin sisters. So if you look at how that one will join together, but then some of them, when you lay them together, you'll see actually I can see how these are going to work together, because some of them will join up in different ways, but they are, it's just amazing. I mean, look, this is just a few. Should we put some more out? I'm not going to be able to show you them all. I'm going to have to put them on top. Look at them, 40 of them. 40 different blocks. But even something like this one, which when you look at as a block, looks like, oh, well, it's just squares and rectangles, but you imagine this one all joined with the same block all next to each other, you would get the most beautiful pattern. Love that one. What's that one called? Whirlpool. So when you look at some of these, so say we look at this one, checkered board layout, and then it gives you, so this is just using one of the blocks, and then it gives you the layout of how to do it. It tells you which size sashings you need. Like with this one, it says you need 8 by 8 inch blocks, you need 20 blocks, 40 light rectangles, 20 dark squares, 9 rectangles, and it gives you all the sashing and the corner square things. So if you are going to make one of these, it gives you a really nice layout. We've got another one that's, I love the around the block layout. So what they've done here is they've used 12-inch blocks, and they've used a different block all the way around the edge. And then in the centre, they've said cut a 36.5 inch by 36.5 inch centre, or make one of the other blocks. And because remember I showed you, so if you used all of these blocks around the edge, you could take one of these blocks, this one, because they all are in the 5 sizes, make one of them, like your favourite one, in the 36-inch side, and then that could go in the centre. That's amazing, amazing. Message, morning Rebecca. Oh, we haven't got the screen on, can't read that. Just ordered, can you read that? I can't read that, Ben. Morning Rebecca. Oh, just ordered my bag before going to the Festival of Quilts. So great to meet so many of you yesterday, and so welcoming. Love you all, from Wendy. Oh, well, have a great day, Wendy, and thank you for ordering your bag as well. Did you come yesterday as well? Wow. It was great. In fact, I met loads of you yesterday who were staying over and coming up for the next day and said, "Are you going to be there?" I said, "I can't. I've got to be on air today. Otherwise, I would have been there," because it was a great day. So look, I'm laying out some more now because I can't get enough to fit them all onto screen to show you, because there are so many of them. But you know, even if you didn't have the other cards that give you the inspiration, there are so many blocks here. But you know, some of them are really simple. So even if you look at this one, they've just used that pinwheel block. You can make a fantastic memory game with this as well. Where did I put the pinwheel block? There it is. So you can put the pinwheel block there in the centre, and then it explains how you do the others. It just says 36 by 36 inch block, 1 block and 2 squares, each cut in half diagonally. Really, really simple. And then it gives you another layout for all this. So this is the layout just using the pinwheel block, but turned in different ways. It's fantastic, isn't it? There's also there's a card about exactly how to use them. So it explains about what all the different things mean. You know, what do the different symbols mean? Cut diagonally twice, cut diagonally, single dimension, fat quarters. Explains how it all works. Tells you how to do it. There's a card that says about how to make corner triangles, side triangles, how to do points. Set up the fun of playing with the block cards by turning them 40 degrees to be on point. Try a variety of blocks or duplicate your favourite. Oh, okay, so if you took like a 10-inch block and turned it diagonally, it would be then 14 inches. So if you place them all, we just take a few, and if you place them diagonally, well, obviously you need to have some blocks that you then cut in half. It gives you what the dimensions will be diagonally. And when you put blocks together diagonally, they completely change. And then all you have to do is make a block and then you cut in half that you put there, and then you mirror that one down there. But it even gives you the dimensions for, that's the on point challenge, what the size will be of it now from here to here rather than here to here. It's brilliant. So that's number 2, which is the brand new one. £15. I mean, when you think that you would pay often £10 to £15 for a full set of quilt instructions, and you are getting 40 blocks and all of those layouts and loads of inspiration, I think it's incredible value for money. It's also a fantastic scrap buster. You know, if you're in a quilting group, why not give everyone a card and say, right, next week or next month, can you all come back with what this card made up? Depending on how many people are in your group, you can put the whole thing together. You would have a quilt in no time. I mean, you could say, let's go really multi, use whatever fabric you want. Or you could say, well, can we just use reds and pinks, for example? But give everyone one of these, or 2, and you would have a new quilt in no time. So it's a really nice thing to do. Also for, you know, when you think, oh, I've got all of this fabric, I really don't want to buy any more. I want to use what I've got. That's a fantastic way of scrap busting. Now this is number 1, so this is the original one that we had. So let me show you this one. So it's the same. So this one is £14.99. Penny cheaper, because it's the first one. So again, you've got your 40 blocks and you've got your layouts. So let's just have a look at these. Now these are different blocks. So if you've got both boxes, you've got a massive quilt. So these are different again. Look. Oh, I like that one. That's called Rising Star. Let's just check. Oh, double sawtooth. I thought it was Rising Star. Where you've got a sawtooth within a sawtooth. Oh, that one's nice, isn't it? So I would make that one as the 36-inch block because it looks like a medallion quilt, doesn't it? It's called Dutch Rose. So you could put it in shades of pinks and greens, but that would look, I mean, it looks lovely as a smaller 8-inch block, but if you made that as a 36-inch block, that is your medallion quilt done. Oh, hearts. Oh, see, now when you start playing like that, you think, well, actually, isn't that lovely next to that one? And then I could just alternate them. But remember, just photocopy them. Anyway, these are all the 40 that you get in here. So you've got, if you buy both, you have got 80 blocks. That's a lot, isn't it? Right, so a quarter of this pack has already sold. So we haven't got as much of this one as we have of the new one. You know when you see those old traditional sampler quilts, that have been made years and years ago, and you can buy patterns for the books, and well, you don't need that, you just make these. And I think as well is if you're new to quilting and you think, well, I'd like to have a go at that, but they look really complex. Honestly, they are just squares and squares cut into triangles. But you think, right, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going to start off with this one. That looks quite easy, doesn't it? I'll do that one. You look at the picture, the 9-patch variation, that's quite simple, that you're just putting together squares and triangles. There we go. So that's quite simple, isn't it? And it tells you need 4 light squares, 4 dark rectangles and 1 big light square. So make that one. And you think, okay, that was fine. That was fine. I think I might move up to this one because that's, you know, we're talking triangles now. And then this one explains that's a half square triangle. It's a square with a line through it. And there is a key in the extra cards. There's a key that tells you that. And then you just keep moving up and up and up until you say, I'm going to make that one. But really, this one is just using triangles, the same as that. It's the same principle, it's just more pieces, but it's a really good way of moving up. Or maybe you just want to make a star quilt. And then if you have a look, so there's a star, and we could put the heart in as well. But there's lots of star variations in here as well. So, or you just put blank ones in between. But even if you just wanted to make 4, I could have hours of fun with this. I would, if I was going to get them, I'd get both sets. But look at that. So, and I know that it's in black and white, but that's so that you don't get distracted by the colour. But when you, oh, actually, no, that one's just not right, I think. Could be here forever, couldn't you? Look at that. That's my favourite. Really pretty. And it is just such a mix and match. So it's a bit like doing, you know, our scrappy EPP group where you just have to sew your EPPs together without thinking about it. Maybe this is what you do with your stash. Or maybe you've bought yourself a fat quarter bundle, never known what to do with it. This is the time. I mean, you could make it miniature by making all of the blocks 6 inches. So on here as well, you've got some of the block, you've got ideas for the block layouts. I like that one. Look, so this is where they've alternated blocks with plain squares. I like this. There's this card here that's really good. It's how to work out how much fabric you need for a quilt. It's a really handy table to work it out. Yardage for squares, yardage for rectangles. So you can easily work out what you need. Even tells you how to join widths. But it is quite good that on the cards as well that they do give colour ideas. So if you were going to make the windmill one, there are ideas of what it looks like in colour as well. So you've got so much inspiration here. Right, half of the stock of this one has gone. I mean, it's tricky, isn't it? Do you know what? I wouldn't say that one was better than the other. They are just... I mean, I think what it says on the box is mix and match blocks to create your masterpiece. That's true, isn't it? And I am thinking, you know, if you're teaching people, or if you've got a group, or maybe you've got a quilting friend, post 10 of them to them, and then you do 10. And you could even swap then, couldn't you? Say, right, you make 2 of each of these, I'll make 2 of each of these. Because it's always easier when you're making a block if you make it 2 at the same time. And then you could send them to each other. And then you could have kind of matching quilts without even discussing fabrics. Or if you've bought, you know, a big fat quarter bundle of maybe Tilda fabrics, which look beautiful with these small scale prints, that would be great. I've got a new Anna Maria Horner collection of fabric. I'm going to show you it in a minute. Now, wouldn't that look great? So this is your inspiration. Use your scraps at home and mix and match them with the sort of the new nice designer fabric that you've bought. Right, anyway, those are the blocks. It's hard to choose because they're just as nice as each other, but if you get both, then you've got 80 blocks. 80. And that's an amazing quilt, isn't it? It's brilliant. And then afterwards, you can use them all as coasters. When you're finished, use them all as coasters, but don't let anyone put their coffee on them because it might ruin them. Anyway, let's see what's, gosh, now it's 8:25. What's coming up today? So now 8 o'clock, well, we've almost finished that. No, we've got the brand new Anna Maria Welcome Home fabric collection. It is beautiful. If you know Anna Maria fabrics, you always know that they're full of brightness and gloriousness and surprises. It's a beautiful collection. I'll show you that in a moment. And also the design rolls, the strip rolls, which are brilliant. If you've not seen them, you're going to love these. I'll show you these in a minute. They are fantastic. 12-metre rolls of 2.5-inch wide fabric. Oh, to die for. I'll show you those in a moment. At 9 o'clock, we have got Sandy with us. She is going to be demonstrating a quilt. This is the one, this quilt here, from the Let's Get Scrappy book. So what she's going to do is show us how to make the block, and then how you then make that. She's made the whole quilt. Isn't it beautiful? We've got the book, and we've got some fabric bundles as well to make a choice of colourways of this. That's gorgeous, isn't it? Really pretty. And it's just squares and half square triangles. Nothing complicated with that one. She's on at 9. At 10 o'clock, I will be on with Amber Makes and the Totally Totes. So these are the summer Totally Totes. They are available now on pre-order. There's the hot air balloons, the beach huts, and the swallows in the air. We have been getting you to vote all week for which your favourite, and it's very close actually. I think hot air balloon might be slightly taking the lead, but it is pretty close. So I'll be showing you how to get on pre-order. Hot air balloons is in the lead. Oh, my favourite's the swallows, actually. I was at the Festival of Quilts yesterday with Amy, and we were trying to decide. I think she liked hot air balloons best. I think I was on swallows, but it was difficult. So that'll be at 10 o'clock. Oh, yeah, there they are. There they are, sitting on the shelf, waiting. And I've made one with foam, one with wadding, and one with nothing. So the swallows is underneath. It is here, the swallows, it's just underneath. So you'll be able to see that at 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, Sandy will be back with us showing you how to make a Hunter Star cushion. Now, that's a beautiful patchwork design, but we've got 2 versions for you. We've got printed panels, so easy peasy, no fabric wastage, which makes it very affordable. We've got the panels where you make the Hunter Star, cut the squares, piece it together and make your own. We've also got the cheap version where the cushion front is printed out already. You just quilt it, looks like you've done it yourself. So totally up to you whether you want to piece the cushion or whether you want the quick cheap version. We've got both, and Sandy's going to be demonstrating how to piece a Hunter Star, but also give you some quilting tips, because we had a chat earlier about there's lots of people who make cushions or make bags and then never get to the next stage or don't ever quilt them because they're like, oh, I don't know how to do that. But this is a really good way to start, because it's for it's a small, it's just a cushion. It's a small start. It's easy to get into your machine. So she's going to talk you through how you would quilt a cushion if you haven't done it before. So that's going to be a great hour. 12 o'clock, it's all about quilt kits, because obviously Festival of Quilts Week, we have got lots of quilt kits, and isn't it wonderful when you have a whole kit with just everything, all the bits that you need in it. So that's going to be on at 11 o'clock. Oh, 12 o'clock even. Anyway, but back to today, because it's now 8:30, we haven't even done the Anna Maria. So here it is. Look at this. So we have got the brand new collection. So Anna Maria Horner has designed this. She's moved house, and she wanted to create a collection of fabrics that were reminiscent of all the different cities and places that she'd been in before, because I think it was quite an upheaval. She's got quite a few children, Anna. It was a bit of an upheaval, and she felt a bit disconnected, so she wanted to create this fabric collection to sort of bring her and welcome home. And then in the end of it, she decided it didn't actually matter where you live as long as you're with everybody you loved. So that's quite nice, isn't it? There is Anna with her brand new fabric collection, so a bolt of each. And this is an example. This is a quilt that's been made using all the fabrics from the collection. So if you haven't seen her fabric before, you can see what it is. It's bright, it's fun, there's a lot of depth, interest, colour. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So first of all, we've got the bundle. Now, it's £95.88. So that's 7 metres of fabric, but you get a metre free. Get a metre free, so you save £15.98. So you get half a metre of all of the fabrics, but 2 of them will be free. Now you can pay for that all in one, £95.88, or you can do it on split paid, 2 equal payments of £47.94. You'll get sent it straight away. Oh, that's interest free, by the way. That's just a way for you to spread the cost rather than having to pay any interest. So in the bundle, let's have a look at all of them, because they are gorgeous, aren't they? So we've got 14 different fabrics here. I'm not going to do them in order. Oh, love this. Oh, love this. No, which one? Oh, I was going to show you my favourite, but I can't decide which is my favourite. So we are selling all of these individually by the half metre as well. Obviously, if you buy the bundle, you will be getting a metre free. But if there's one in particular you like or two and you want to buy them half metre, they are there. You just need to go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live, scroll down from there, and all the items that are coming up today are available on pre-order, so you can order them. But I'm just going to go through all of them. The code that's up there is for the bundle. Look at this one, isn't that gorgeous? It sort of feels a bit like canal art with the colours and the patterns. This is very Anna Maria. What's this one called? She always has nice names for a fabric as well. Depends whether I've got the right bit of selvage. Amsterdam. So they are her favourite cities. Yeah, it is quite Amsterdam, isn't it? See, I didn't know that, and I said canal boat. Right, this one is called Nashville. Nashville is turquoise. I don't know why this is called. I don't know. So that's Nashville. Remember, these are available by the half metre if you prefer. This one is Little Nashville. So I don't know if that's a place or it's just a smaller version of the big Nashville. Don't know. Little Nashville. Wouldn't it be nice if you had to design a fabric collection based on all the places you live? What would yours be called? Oh, this is Little Amsterdam. Okay, so we've got Big Amsterdam and Little Amsterdam, but look at the colour palette now. We've got turquoises and bright reds and oranges and pinks. It's colour burst, isn't it? This one is, oh, I don't know. I've just missed that bit of the selvage. What's this one called, Ben? He's going to have a look for me. I need to open this one now. It's not on my selvage. So you've got this one. Oh, the code is BKUI71. We've got like a lovely background of almost like leopard print spots, and then with these postcard flowers on them. Brilliant for fussy cutting as well. If you wanted to cut out certain ones and have them as centres of things. London Knightsbridge. Okay. I wonder why that's London. Don't know. Rose, Tudor Rose. Knightsbridge. Quite classy. But you could use these as centerpieces. These are like doilies. But this one here, if you look around the edge of it, it's like those paper cut dolls. They're all like little people holding hands all the way around the edge, aren't they? Those little paper cut dolls. So they're a bit like the little doilies around the edge. So they'd be really good for fussy cutting and put into the centre of things. You know, when you do like a Dresden plate or something like that, and you have to have a centre circle or square appliqued on, it'd be ideal for that. This one, oh, this is nice. This is like all Patras. Where's Patras? I don't know where Patras is. It's almost like I was going to say cross stitch, but it's not because it's half. It's needlepoint. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? So when you look at it really closely, every part of this is a tiny individual diagonal line, like a tent stitch that you're needlepoint. So it has this really beautiful stitched quality effect to it. It's just focusing. Now you can see now. But look at it, it is like stitch, but like a proper needle point. And isn't that a lovely colour? You've got that really clear lilac colour in the background with little butterflies amongst flying around it. And then you've got these beautiful big flowers all in this needle point. That's fantastic. Look, I mean, this is the most amazing. Can you imagine if you had that pack of quilt cards? Think, right, because obviously the good thing about when you buy a fabric collection is all the colours in the collection go together. So if you chose, I would probably go for quite a crisp white background for the plain parts, and then use all of these with the quilt blocks. You know that everything would go together because the colour palette has been chosen to. It would look absolutely stunning. This one is Amsterdam, but Little Amsterdam. They're just joyous colours. So you imagine the quilt. It's like, and then it's your own design. You haven't bought a kit for you. You haven't followed someone else. So you've chosen choose all the blocks. Make one of all the blocks in this colour palette. It would look fantastic. This one will be London again, but in a different colourway. Look at that. It is this kind of leopard print background. It's just really hot, isn't it? There's sort of, you've got like that really hot turquoise and blues and the bright fuchsia pink, and even the background of this is that lovely sort of deep ochre colour. I think it's amazing value, $95.88, and you're getting a whole metre for free. And don't forget split pay, 2 equal payments of $47.94. And then you get it home, and then you pay the other half next month. But it is interest free as well. Oh, this is a new one. This one is called Perth. She says these are all the places she's lived, or is it all the places she's visited? That's amazing. Look at that. That is beautiful. I mean, look at the size of that print. So, you know, in that quilt card deck where they said have one block in the centre that's a 36-inch square, you could just have one of those in the centre. I mean, cut up is amazing, isn't it? Because if you were using it for patchwork, you'd be getting so many different colours in here, but you sort of feel like you want to cut that. And then in the background, you've got all of these, they almost look like rick-rack laid amongst it. But it is the most beautiful tropical flower arrangement. It's fantastic, isn't it? This is very Anna Maria Horner. This is what she does. Her colours are always very bright, very vibrant, lots of depth, but also loads and loads of interest as well. And it's really nice to see some things like the background of this leaf has got that leopard print, which is echoed in the leopard print in the London fabric. So there's a real tie between everything. And then the turquoise blues in here are echoed in the turquoise there. So the whole fabric collection really hangs together. Oh, this is Ben's favourite. So this one is Amsterdam again. But Ben wants a shirt in that one. So if you want a shirt in this one, look at the colour on that. Then they are available individually. Just go onto the website, and because they're available by the half metre, if you want more than half a metre, just put that in your basket. So if you want to make a shirt and you need 2 metres, it's $7.99 a half metre. Just put 4 in your basket, and then you will be sent it as a whole cut piece. So if there's any of these individually, well, we can go through those in a bit, so you can see them individually. Then you can just order them that way. Right, another new one. What is this one? Oh, that one's been cut off as well. What's it called? Oh, Adelaide. Seaweed. That's amazing. It looks like those... Is it really seaweed? Do you know, it looks like those yellow fluffy flowers, and I can't think what they're called. You know the ones? A bit like cotton. He's going to find out what they call it, and I think I had it upside down. Oh no, it must be now because I feel like it's upside down. But isn't that great? You've got that lovely, really rich turquoise background. I'm not very good at names of flowers, so I don't know what it's called. I'm thinking just those yellow fluffy flowers you get in hot places. It's probably a specific name. If you know what the name is, just let me know. But you almost get a 3D quality when you look at it from what you can see on screen, because you've got these flowers are layered with light, medium and dark. It gives you, she's designed them so there's almost a shadow beneath. So it gives you that kind of shadow beneath. So when you look at it closely like this, you can see the different colours, but it does create that 3D quality, which is really clever, isn't it? So normally, you know, with the fabric, the prints are just very 2D, but she's designed this one. So the mimosa, absolutely, that's exactly what I was thinking of. But I don't know what this one's, this one's Adelaide. Beautiful. I should have done these in order. Oh, see, I am going to pick these up now. So this is the same fabric in, let's make sure, oh yes, it is Adelaide. In a plum background. Let me turn it over. Adelaide in aubergine, this one. That's gorgeous, isn't it? So isn't it amazing when you look at these, you know, those two colours so completely different, but the fabric collection, you can put the whole lot together. So if you've got the whole bundle, it really works. But look at those. I want a dress in that one. That's amazing, isn't it? Imagine making yourself a little summer dress in that one, or even just a little blouse. It would look beautiful, wouldn't it? No, you know, it's the sort of thing that when people go, wow, where did you get that from? Because I've never seen fabric like that. The colours and the depth in it, absolutely stunning. But equally, that colour as well, I could wear either of those. I've got the Patras, the one that's like the needle point in this colour. Look at the vibrancy of that. That is absolutely stunning, isn't it? Whoa. More, yeah, it really shows up even more in this colourway. And you get, this is what you always get with Anna's fabrics, you get a really 3D feel to it. When you look at the petals on this flower, it's got, because of the shades of light and dark and the way she's done it, there's a real three-dimensional quality to it. Like when you do traditional needlepoint and you see all the little flecks of different stitches. It's gorgeous. I mean, this is almost asking to be embroidered on top of as well, isn't it? You could say, right, just for the pale pink ones, I'm going to work little cross stitches or little half cross stitches on top of them. And you could pick out certain ones. You could do a French knot on top of all the red ones around the edges, because there's so much you can do with this. But it's gorgeous, isn't it? And the great thing is if you're using it for patchwork and you aren't using the whole piece, although wouldn't it be brilliant? Bondaweb on the back, applique onto something. Even if you were cutting it out in squares and triangles, you get little snippets of colour and texture, because that's what this fabric's all about. It's texture, but not in a textured fabric. And then the final one is this gorgeous big flower, but again in this purpley colourway. That is lovely, isn't it? For $95.88 for all of this. And don't forget, you are getting a meter free. You're saving $15.98 by having the whole collection. So let's see, look, there's a picture. Now you can see all of them together. They are absolutely beautiful. So let's put them back in together. Should we do them separately? Okay, well, let's start with this one, and we'll do it by colourway. Might be easier. So this one, can't remember what that one's called. Yes. Right, by the half metre, these are all very limited. Don't forget that. So if you want them by the half metre, you need to be quick. This is Perth in Moon Dance, $7.99. We've also got Perth. Yeah, we're going to have to be quick now, otherwise not going to get through our design rules. Perth in, what's this? What's colourway is that one? Remember, this is cut to order for you off the bolt, so you can have it as one continuous piece. This is Perth in Dappled. Moving on to Amsterdam. This one is AKUI 47. So that one is Amsterdam in, what colour's that? In Canal. Canals in Amsterdam are all turquoise with pink bits. Yeah, I'm not sure I would swim in a canal that colour. It would be very pretty though, wouldn't it? Actually, to be honest, do you remember the canals in Venice during lockdown when they all went clear? They were all quite turquoisey, weren't they? Yeah. So maybe that's what it would be. This is Amsterdam again, because there's two large Amsterdams and two small. This has got like a very pale pink background. That's in Tulip. It was made in Denmark. Hey. Close. So this has got a very pale pink background. Then we've got 2 Amsterdams in a smaller version. So look, so you've got, that's the large one, this is the smaller version. This is Amsterdam in bicycle. I love the names of these. Yes, of course, it's in red bicycle. Amsterdam in bicycle. And then this is Amsterdam in, can't even guess, not even going to guess. Sunset, okay. Yeah, the sunset's in Amsterdam. That's when all the fun starts, isn't it? Yeah. So if you're going to Amsterdam, this is when the fun starts. Let's do London next. Amsterdam's wonderful. Amsterdam is my favourite city. It's lovely. London in Knightsbridge. Oh, this is London in Knightsbridge. Right, this is where I got confused. I thought this was Knightsbridge, but it's not. That's the Colorway. That really, really confused me. So this is London. The Colorway is Knightsbridge. And then this is London in, what's this one called? We should have a guess. Carnaby. Okay. You've not heard of Carnaby? Carnaby Street. Yeah. London in Carnaby. Then we've got these gorgeous, this is the stitched one. But again, this is two different scales. So this one, Little Patras in Wedding, because it's in a lilac background. All weddings are lilac. And then this is Patras, so this is bigger. If you see them together, it's a much bigger version. So that is Patras in Aegean, got that. Been to the Aegean. This one is Adelaide in, oh, I can't remember now. What's it? Aubergine? Aubergine, Adelaide in Aubergine. I'm just running through them so that if you want to buy them by a half metre, you can see them individually. That's Adelaide in Seaweed. Yes. And then the final 2 prints is, this one is Nashville in Tennessee. No. That would be funny, wouldn't it? Nashville in summer. And then the other Nashville, I'll just show you next to them together. It is the print is smaller, but it's the same print. This is Nashville in pink. Spring. There we go. So that's all the 14 fabrics. If you want to buy them individually, £7.99 half a metre. They will be sent to you as a continuous piece if you want more than one. Or if you want the bundle of all of them, you save a whole £15.98. The purpley one. Now, let me explain the design rolls to you. These are fab. So you know normally when you get a design roll, they're 2.5 inch wide strips, but they are cut across the full width of the fabric, so they're all 44 inches wide. And if you get a jelly roll pack, you've normally got 40 of them. This you have to, and if you want to use them for binding or sashing or borders, you have to join them together, but not with these. I'm not going to undo it, but this is 12 meters long on a roll. Now look at this one. I'm going to show you how the colors change. Can you see? So it starts off with, this is rainbow. What's this one called? Purple rainbow. Purple rainbow bubbles. So at £19.99 you are getting 12 meters, and look how the color's changing. Look, green, yellow and orange. So if you use this to bind a quilt, how fab would that be? Or use it for your sashings and your borders. So you could just cut them individually, put your blocks in between. What a quick way to do all your sashings and your borders. So look, it changes colour. It's got all bubbles on, and then it changes colour as it goes along. I'm not going to unwind all of it because that's going to take quite some time to get back on. So that's what it looks like when you get it. It's all wrapped up like this. But you will get it. It is 12 meters. So I guess what they've done is printed fabric and then cut them down the length. So it's not joined at all. It's 12 meters of glorious rainbow bubbliness. Beautiful, isn't it? I wonder, did anyone ever unroll the whole thing? That's gorgeous, isn't it? Right, so that's... Oh, I'm going to sneeze for a minute. Right, so that is the purple rainbow bubbles, 12 metres, 2.5 inches wide. Perfect for... I like the rainbow one because it's perfect for all your binding, sashes, borders. You could even, if you wanted to make like a rainbow cushion, cut them into 16-inch strips, join them all together on top of each other, and you can make the most beautiful graduated rainbow, and it would look really patchworky as well. Orange rainbow. Which one's that one? That's Tropical Bloom. What's the code? This one is THYH91. Right, I'm going to have to open that one then. I always have to check. I get into trouble. So this one is Orange Rainbow. That's what it looks like, unrolled. So this one is more, well, subtle, more as in colour change. So this one you've got shades of oranges and purples. Again, it changes colour as you go along the strip. And again, you've got the bubbles. But it's almost like you can't see a pattern repeat to it as well. So you've got this section, you've got a little bit of blue and purple and orange, and then you go into like a really pale orange. So if you love oranges and purples, this one's ideal. £19.99. When you think of what you can do with these, if you've got any ideas for what you're going to do with yours, do let me know. I mean, I think they're just amazing. I would just want one of these. I would use it for binding because I think it's great. Because I love a scrappy binding. Because you have, I like it to be multicoloured, but with this, you haven't got that joining thing. So that's Orange Rainbow. Next, I've got, that's this one. So this is GPY, yes. This one is called Autumn Bubbles. Oh, this is lovely, isn't it? So you start off, you've got like limey greens and ochres and purples and oranges. And the spots are the same colours of different parts of them. So, the greeny spots here are the same colour as that section. And then the purpley spots are the same colour. So the whole thing blends together. So this is really autumnal tones. The spots, because of the way that they stand out against the fabric, they look almost metallic. They're not, they're just plain print, but they look metallic. But I like it's 100% cotton fabric, but it almost has a finish to it. It's, or maybe it's just the weight of it, and it's so precisely cut. It's not fray. You haven't got those zigzag edges as well, so you haven't got that issue whether, should I be measuring from the inside of the zigzag or the outside? They're just beautifully straight cut edges. So that's autumn. Let's do blue because I like the blue one. EIY is 23. Oh, this is very pretty. Beside the seaside. This is very beside the seaside. So we've got shades of lilacs, beautiful sea blues, and then you go into a lovely yellowy green. Isn't this one pretty? So if you had a few of these, depending on what you're making or what you're doing with it, if you've got a quilt where you think, oh, well, it requires plain sashings and borders, don't go plain, get one of these. And even if you have to do a border that's slightly wider, so if you're doing, say, 2-inch borders sashing between them, but you want to put maybe a wider border around the edge, you can always join them as well. But because you haven't, joined them horizontally, so you could get a lovely, if you joined like 2 together and chose a different section of the colourway, if you wanted a wider border, you could join them like that and then cut them to the width you want. But that would look amazing. It means then, maybe you've bought the card deck, you could use these for part of the blocks in there, because a lot of them are requiring sort of 2.5-inch squares, and again you can join them together. Or for the sashing, it's just a really affordable and quick and easy way to do binding and sashing. Okay, so that's all of them, isn't it? So there's 4 beside the seaside. Finally, before we go to break, I must go through the cave book. So yesterday at the Festival of Quilts, I was really lucky. I got to interview Kate. It was brilliant. So I'd spent a couple of days before going through the whole book, reading about all the quilts, reading about why he'd been to the castle. And you know what it's like when you read any book or any design, whether it's a fiction book or a book about quilts, you've always got questions. You think, I wonder that, I wonder what's this. So I wrote all the questions down. Oh, there I am. Kaif and I look a bit like quilts together, don't we? I wore my brightest dress. You have to wear your brightest clothes when you interview him. But it was lovely because there's two of the quilts that are in the books, and I got to interview him for ages. I asked him all about the castle, all about why he went to Wales, about the quilts, what he liked about them, why he designed them. And then I asked him 20 random questions, like, what did I ask him? What would you do if you didn't have to sleep? That's interesting, isn't it? And he said he would wander the streets at night because there's no one around, and it would be something that you never do, but it'd be really quiet. That's a good idea. What would you do? What would you do if you didn't have to sleep? What would you do those extra hours? Lots of other things like that. I did say to him, Welsh cakes or Barra Brith, and he said he'd never had Barra Brith. I was shocked. Anyway, so Quilts in Wales. It is beautiful, this book. He's been inspired by all of the quilts. And so in the book, there's all the pictures of the quilts in the setting. It's gorgeous. I mean, and look at this one. This quilt matches beautifully with that. So here's all the quilts. I love this one, the quilts in the library. This was one that was right opposite me. This is I said to him, did you get to sleep in the castle, and would you have chosen that bedroom? He said there was no chance he was allowed to sleep in the castle. But yes, he would have chosen that bedroom. And isn't that lovely? I mean, look, so what happens is Brandon and Kate, they visit various places, and when they find somewhere they like, they then go around and they take lots of photographs, and then they come back, and then that's how they're inspired with the quilt design. So look at the inspiration, look at that. Absolutely stunning. They chose some panelling and they put that into the quilts. And some of them, they were inspired by the gardens. Oh, this is the one, that was one of my questions. Which would you recommend for a beginner? That's the one he recommended. I love that one. I mean, that was almost made to go there, wasn't it? So the black and white orange design just fits in with these doors. Gorgeous. I'll have to show you my favourite one in a minute. Oh, that was the one that I was sitting behind when I was with him. He's such a lovely, warm, generous man, but so much. So quite awe-inspiring. This is my favourite one, Lavender and Sage, because all the squares are cut on point. Gorgeous. And then obviously in the whole book, you've got all of the instructions and the patterns to make all of them. And there's a lot in here. So for £25, you have got all of these quilts. This is his 24th book, but it's a beautiful book. It's a beautiful book to read, and it's got everything you need to know, all of the details. So whether you use Kate fabrics or your own, at £25, it's an absolute bargain. Anyway, thanks for joining me for this hour. I'll be back in just a few minutes' time with Sandy, and she's going to be demonstrating how to make this beautiful quilt behind me. See you in a bit.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. We've got a fantastic book. Let's get scrappy. And we've got Sandy here. Morning, Sandy.
Morning, Bex.
Morning. Yeah, all good, all good. So you're going to share us how to make a block from this book.
From that lovely book. Absolutely fabulous. Yes.
What did you think about the book? It's from Annie's Quilting, which is always easy, isn't it?
They're great. Most of them are for beginners. There's a few sort of like confident beginners, and I think there's a couple of intermediates, but I think everybody can have a go at all of them.
Right, because I mean, that actually, if I show that one,
beautiful,
that looks really quite impressive and stunning.
It really does. And some of the blocks inside it as well, you don't necessarily have to make the quilt with them. If you want to just make a block, you could turn it into something else, which I'll show you with these as well.
So they're explained quite easily?
Very easily, yes. Okay. They're great.
Fab. Right, well, let's just so we've got a few different colour bundles to make these with, haven't we?
We have. I was sent 2 different ones.
So you've got that one.
This one with the paprika and the cream and the, I think, is it day out?
Yeah, let me show you this one first. So in the bundle, so you obviously need the book. Have we got the book code? It's just coming up. There we go. Sorry. So you'll need the book, £7.99 for 9 different designs. I'll go through that in a minute, but if you want the fabric bundles that go with them, because I don't want you to miss out. This is the bundle that makes the quilt that's hanging behind Sandy. So you've got a Moda jelly roll, and it is Fig Tree, and I can't remember the name of it. Fig Tree & Co. That's who it's designed by. This is lovely, isn't it? I love the colours in this.
Beautiful.
You've got greens.
And then the browns.
You've got greens and limes
reds,
and browns and that really hot.
Lovely.
Like a spice. Yeah, it's kind of a spice, isn't it?
Yes,
that sort of hot orangey colour.
Paprika.
So this one is jelly roll, is called Stitch. So you've got 40 2.5-inch strips, full width of fabric strips. You've then got 2 meters of the paprika cotton fabric. and you've got 3 meters of cream. So that's everything you need to make that size. Bigger.
I only did 3 rows on it.
Right.
It's that way, but it's actually 5 rows. 5 rows of 5.
Okay, so if we look in the book,
it's 64 by 84, I think, the size of the quilt.
Okay.
So it's a good size quilt. Yeah, 64 by 84.
Wow.
And
So-
each block is 8 by 12.
so that's a good double bed size quilt.
Yeah.
And 85.89, and you've got all the fabric you need to make a double bed size quilt, and it is gorgeous.
And with the jelly roll, you probably got some left over
I am
as
sure you have,
well.
haven't you? But it's lovely. You remember you're getting Moda fabric in the jelly roll, so that's that colourway. The second one we have, this is the one that you're going to be demonstrating.
This is
with.
lovely. This, I must admit, this is one of my favourites.
Is this your favourite?
I do like this navy and the reds.
This one, again, it's a Moda jelly roll. It's called One Fine Day. So Sandy's going to be demonstrating with this, so you'll be able to see all the colours. But look, you've got lovely shades of mint and lime and orange and strawberry and pink and a little bit of navy.
Yes, there's lots of navy in it.
Quite like
lovely.
the little splashes
And
of
the
navy.
lime goes lovely with the navy, I
It does,
think.
doesn't it? It's
Beautiful.
a really fresh one. Sandy will be demonstrating this one, so you'll be able to see what that one looks like. But it just gives you a really fresh, clean feel,
It
doesn't
does,
it?
I think so, yes. This one's a nice, soft, sort of muted colour,
Yeah,
I
it's
think.
warm.
And then this one's quite a vibrant, zingy.
Zingy one.
Zingy.
So in the kit, you get for $79.99, you get the full jelly roll to make it. And again, you're talking double bed size. You get 2 meters of navy fabric, and then you get 3 meters of ivory. So the final colourway, because now you've got to choose, is the, and again, you've got a Moda jelly roll. Now this is Moda Playtime. 30s Playtime it's called. I love the colours in this. We've shown this one before, but it really is 30s colours. But it's quite pretty as well. I've seen it made because it's quite florally, but it can be it's very good for sort of children's quilts because it's sort of bright and fun.
I was just going to say in a children's bedroom or something,
Yeah,
that would look
it's just
lovely, those
beautiful,
colours,
isn't
in a
it?
girl's or a boy's, wouldn't they?
Well, it
It'd
would
be
work really
fabulous for
well
both.
because it's just really pretty colours. But then you've got it's quite bright as well. So I've seen it used for things like picnic mats and children's quilts.
Yes.
And then you get 2 meters of this one's Copen blue, and 3 meters of cream. And that's everything you need, $79.99, that will make that quilt, which is an amazing value for money. Now, you will need the book as well. So we're going to have a little quick squiz. When was somebody sent a message? When was that? I can't, can you shop on your phone? I can't find this. Ooh, I don't know what that was. Message me in again if you can't find that, and because I don't know what that was about. Let me know what you can't find. Louise, who messaged in. Let's have a look through the book. So if you've used Annie's books before, you will know they are brilliant. The designs are really well explained and easy to understand. So here's the first one.
That's beautiful, isn't
I
it? That's a
love
real
that.
heritage sort
It
of
is,
quilt,
isn't
it?
You feel it needs to be made in those colours as well?
You do, absolutely.
It's gorgeous,
Yes.
strips and stars. Now, her designs are really easy to understand, as you can just see from the instructions. There's always a large quilt layout diagram, and it's very simple. There's a lot of strip piecing and then sub-cutting, so much quicker and easier for you.
Sometimes when you look at the actual quilt, you think, oh, I'm not going to be able to do it,
I know.
especially if you're a beginner. But when you look through
And when
and
it's
look at the
broken
instructions
down,
and she breaks them down so well, and
just-
often tips in there as well, so it's really lovely book.
Because like with this one, it's really like a chain and a log cabin
Yes.
mixed
Yeah.
together. Beautiful quilt though. What's that one? Next one? Opposites attract. So that's a lovely, I would say, beginner's quilt.
Yes.
Just using 2 tones.
Yes. Yeah.
And we're still going. This one is a positive perspective. So just crosses again. If you look at the picture here of the block, it is really just rectangles and squares joined together. So you've got, a 4-patch square in each corner and then 2 rectangles, and you can create something absolutely stunning. So what happens in the books is that, quilts that look very either traditional, some are quite contemporary, they are broken down and explained in a really easy way. So if you're thinking, I would like to make a quilt, haven't made one before, then this is great because look, you can see there's always a flat shot layout of the book, of the quilt, so you can really see how it's made. I love that one.
That looks so different in bright colours as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, completely different.
Yes.
This is the one that Sandy's going to be doing, the Jelly Roll Stars. So there it is in its bright colours, and there's a picture of it laid out. So in the kit that you're going to get, that's the size that you will make. That's what it looks like, and there's enough fabric for all of the background and the borders, and obviously all the little Jelly Roll Stars as well. Big quilt, but very simple. This is the gorgeous one on the cover. I love that one. Ripples in My Pond. Oh, that is beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. And there's the layout of it. But again, you know, it's not too horribly complex. It is all broken down and explained exactly how to do it. So you've got some just simple square piecing, and you've got some flying geese as well. That's lovely. Really like that. That's nice because it's all done in sort of shades of blues and greens, so it really works with that kind of ripples in the pond.
I think that has to be done in those colours, doesn't it?
Yeah, I feel like it does.
You just imagine looking in a pond, don't you, and seeing those ripples going out with it.
So this one is, this is EPP.
Yes.
Gosh, that's nice,
hexes,
isn't it?
yes.
So it's called Laundry Day. You don't often see in these sort of size books EPP. It's normally always all machine piecing. But you know, if you love EPP and you think, oh, I never really know what to make with it all, what a lovely thing!
It's a fabulous book.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
For the price of it, you need it in your stash, don't you?
I wonder what size the hexagons are, because obviously you can buy the pre-made hexagons, the pre-cut ones. Oh, 1 inch. 1 inch. They're gorgeous, aren't they? So like it says in the description, this is one for sort of taking on a holiday with you, or while you're watching the TV, because you can just sit and do them sitting still. You don't need to use a machine for it. But it's lovely to see a quite contemporary quilt, but using EPP, because you don't often see them in these books. So if you love EPP, what a great idea for you.
And they give you all the templates in it as well.
The template is in there. Obviously, you can buy pre-made templates, but if you don't want to, the template is in there. And it gives you instructions on how to do EPP as well. Kaleidoscope. I like that one because you've got these sort of interlinking crossed lines, and this works really well if you're using it as a stash busting project. If you look at the quilt itself, this is really good for using a whole mixture of all the prints and planes that you've got. So you've got 9, I mean it does say actually on the front, 9 stash busting designs, because this is using fabrics across all your colorways. The next one is called Spiral Bound. So let me show you a whole, oh, I skipped a page. A picture of the whole quilt there. That's gorgeous, isn't it? And what's lovely, there's something for everybody, whether you know you like traditional ones or whether you want something a bit more contemporary. There's the hexie quilt. So that's machine hexied, and they're not quite hexies, they're sort of off hexies, I think. When you look at the way they do them, the sides aren't all exactly the same, but quite a clever way of making them as well.
Because you don't have to cut them out, do
No,
you?
they're made into sort of, they're rectangles, and then the edges are
cut,
taken off, and they're snowballed off. So let me show you the picture. Is there a picture of that one, or as a flat one? Oh no, they've done it.
I think it's only the one over.
It's like as a diagram there. I love that. So it's almost like you're getting that EPP effect, but in big ones, and then you can do it on the machine. But it's lovely that they've got them in reverse. They've got the plain background ones around the edge, and then the print ones in the centre. And then at the back, so you've got all your templates for everything you need, and then at the back is of all the sort of technical information. So there's 9 different designs in this book. I think for £7.99, that means you're paying less than £1. You have got all of the technical information in there as well, so everything you need if you're not sure about quilting basics, things like binding and cutting and calculating fabric, it's all in there. So let's get scrappy. £7.99. So you need the instructions to make the quilt. The instructions are not in the fabric bundles, the book isn't, so that you can choose what you have. And it's, I thought the chair's like tiny, isn't it? Is that actually, it can't be to scale. It can't be. It looks like it's like a museum size,
a doll's house
or
one,
maybe a doll's house chair.
Yes.
So I will run through the bundles again at the end so you can see the different colours. But we need to get on with making this quilt.
Right.
So where do we start?
Okay, here's a couple ones that I've done.
Okay, and that's in the...
this is in the blue
in the
bundle.
One Fine Day
Yes.
bundle.
And they do come along very quickly. And as you can see, once you've made a patch here, or a block, it'd be quite nice to even make those into table mats.
Oh, you could, couldn't you?
So you could just bind those, put some wadding or the therma wadding in it, and make table mats, or you could put them together this way and bind them and make a table runner as well.
True. Yeah.
You could put a couple together and
So it
make
doesn't
a
have to
cushion
be a
out of
quilt.
it, so it doesn't have to be a quilt. And I think this size is quite nice for a child's quilt. So with the play day one,
that's true.
that would be really nice size for
Yeah,
like
you
a
don't
child's
have
quilt.
to make the whole size.
You don't have to make the whole size at all. This one hasn't been backed or anything, so it's just plain. And so the sashing on it will disappear when it's being quilted as well. Now, I know a lot of you out there are very, very good at quilting, but there's also probably quite a few of out there that haven't done any quilting at all. So these books are really good for somebody who thinks, "Do you know, I want to go at quilting," because they are quite easy to do. So we start off, first of all, look through your jelly roll, and I mean, there's just some fabulous colours in there. And I sort of cut out 2.5-inch strips, squares, and I put them together, laid them all out, so you've got lots and lots of different colours here. And then I made the 4 together to make the 8 in the middle. So we can choose some. What I did, I had them out, and I said to my husband and I said to my daughter, choose 8 and put them together. So each square, there's one for my husband, one for my daughter.
Okay.
So you could all get together and choose
and you
one.
can choose.
And what I
whichever
like
you
to
want.
try and do is sort of put a flowered one with maybe a plain one, and then a plainer one, because all the colours go together. They're all in the jelly roll, so they all look really nice together.
Well, this is the good thing when you ever buy a fabric collection or a jelly roll or whatever, is that you don't have to worry about what goes and what doesn't go, because you know that the palette has been chosen, so it works.
And on the other hand, if you've got lots and lots, because I mean, there's such, all the patterns in here use quite small pieces. So if you've got a load of stash,
Well, I guess that's why it's called stash
which is
busting quilt
absolutely
designs, isn't it?
ideal. Yes. So then if I put them together, so that's your 8. So we've got the 8 together. So that's to make the middle bit. So to cut out, I wrote down how to cut out one block.
Okay.
So what I did was I did out the first 5 rows and I put them in little poly bags. So I cut lots of 2.5-inch squares from my jelly roll. Then you need 2.5-inch squares in the plain material that comes in your pack. And then rectangles, which is 4.5 inches by 2.5 inches. So they're all 2.5, so you can get all of them out of a jelly roll as well. Then you also need a darker material. Well, I chose darker to go around the edges. You can choose a lighter one if you want, whichever you want. So I chose the darker one. And as you can see in this one, I chose browns and a red, just to be awkward. The other side, I chose reds and a brown. Then the middle one, I chose the paprika, which was the border, just to pull it together.
Oh, okay.
So if I'd have done another one, I'd have probably chosen the paprika for the next row, and then maybe reds and browns to finish it off with. So with this one, I got out all the dark blues, and I've decided that all the dark blues will be the squares around the outside. So that's what I've done with this one. So we start off, and then you've got some sashing as well. So that's basically all the cutting out that you need. So you need 12 of the A squares, you need 8 of these jelly roll squares, you need 6 of the rectangles and 4 of the small, just per block. Now then, what we need to do is put these together. Now again, it's a lot of, you could do a lot of chain piecing with these as well.
Yes, true.
So put the 4 together, and then I'm going to sew those up with a 1/4 inch seam. Try and work this one. There we go, we've got the super machine here. Oops. Won't lift up on me. Nope. Oh, it's on the foot control now. Then if you've never pieced together, I use my little pokey tool.
Okay.
And just gently ease it under. So, because a lot of people haven't pieced or chain stitched anyway together.
Chain pieced, yeah.
And so it's quite easy to do. and it's a lot quicker as well.
It makes them. It's so much time saving, and it's also thread saving as well,
absolutely.
Isn't it? Because you're not cutting between.
I think the first one I did, I decided not to do it chain piece together, but then when I started doing it, they just came together so quickly because there's quite a lot of pieces that you can do together. And sometimes they just don't quite go underneath. So if you've got your little tool, don't push it underneath or the needle chops the end of it off. But this is about my 5th one that I've got. So if you just line it up gently with it, you can see it's lined up with the one before, and then just gently guide it and the machine will take it through.
Yeah, and you can use a seam ripper or a pen.
Yes, anything like that, just to little awl, just to sort of push it through.
I quite like the way when I do chain piecing as well, is that they're all together. If you do chain piecing in groups as well, they're in together in groups.
This is it, so you know which one your top one is and which one your bottom one is as well. So they're all together. Just snip them, and then we'll need to iron them. So when we iron them, we need to do one way and one the other way so that they'll nest together. Yeah. I've got this fabulous iron. And when you iron, because they're so small...
Put your iron in the centre of the cutting mat.
Here?
No.
Oh, sorry.
But not...
I was going to say, should I just put it on top? Let me just pop those over. They won't see me. There we go.
No,
right, I know.
Very annoying.
I remember that from last time. So when you iron them, I'd say press them rather than iron them because the squares are so small. If you iron them, people is like scrubbing backwards and forwards and you're ironing them, they will distort quite a lot. So literally just run the tip of your iron, and this one's lovely because it's got a nice tip there, then just go over and just press it. So we've got this one going one way, then we need the other one going the other way. And then again we need this way. So just press it. And then we'll need this one going the other way as well. So again, just go up to the seam and then just press. Because you find with these little ones, even though you've cut them out so accurately, by the time you've finished sort of ironing them all, and because I think ironing quilts is very important, so just to keep it neat, and when you're ironing them all, they will really distort. So because they're so small, try pressing it rather than ironing it.
Okay.
So then with this one, we need to then just nest them together to make your 8. So again, I use clips rather than pins, basically because if you put the 2 together and put a clip in it, then fold it out just to check that you've got your line. So can you see you're lining it up here? Now if it's slightly out, you can hold it and just move your clip a little bit, whereas if you've got a pin in there, you're trying to take the pin out, trying to move it all. So then go down, so we put the next one on, and again those should nest nicely together. And just do exactly the same. So we want to clip in there, and again just check it, and then the last one on there. And it doesn't really matter which ways you put it, just do the colours that you like. And again just check and you've got the lines, so then I can just sew those together now, again with a 1/4 inch seam.
Oh, so very simple. So you sew in rows and then sewing the rows together.
And I use slightly smaller stitch as well. So I think mine's on a 1.8.
Oh, okay, so quite small.
So quite small, because they are quite small. And I don't tend to do a start sort of backward forward at the beginning or the end, because it just adds a bit of bulk and you're sewing over it anyway, so you find that it's okay with these. Unfortunately, you can't chain these, so you do have to sew them all.
I know, sometimes I've tried that and gotten a bit of a mess where I've done several blocks at once and thought I'll chain it all and then forgotten what order I'm supposed to be in. I'm thinking I've saved lots of time, but then I can't actually remember.
And you don't, and then you end up unpicking them all. And
because you then got to work out what order had I done them in.
That's right, so absolutely.
Sometimes it's really worth it, isn't it? But
so when you finish this one, we've got the middle of the block done already. So tell me, did you have a lovely time at the show yesterday?
Oh yeah, I did.
Bex?
I had a really good time. It was a long day, but it just went so fast though.
I was going to say, I bet it absolutely flew
I know, I got there
past.
for just before 9 for coffee. And then it was just busy.
What time does it open?
I think it opens at 10.
Right.
I think. It wasn't open when I got there, but I think it opens at 10.
And plenty of people there.
Oh, loads. But do you know what? It was really nice because it was quite open. The aisles were quite wide and there were a lot of seating areas. So although it wasn't, you know, like we've had it socially distanced, there was obviously, you know, there's still part of it because there were a lot of sort of seating areas where there was space around them. And the aisles were much wider than I've seen before. Yeah. So it felt quite breathable.
I think that's better, isn't it?
It's so much better.
Yes. I think we've learnt some things from COVID,
so.
haven't we? Definitely.
It did feel like that. And obviously, you know, there's a lot of people there. Some of them have like scooters or they've got walking sticks, or whatever, and you're not all crammed together.
Yeah. Otherwise, people are just, you're pushing and shoving past people, aren't you, when you've got your huge bags, of shopping.
And then the Sewing Street area cafe, well, it wasn't a cafe, it was a coffee, but there were little tables. It was really nice. I sat in there with Amy and met loads of people.
I'll be popping there tomorrow to see everybody.
Oh, that would be good. You can go and pop along to the Sewing Street stand and say hello to everyone.
I can't wait to go. So I put this, so that's your middle block done.
Okay, that was really quick.
How quick was that?
It's almost like choosing your fabric order.
It's the hardest bit, yeah, absolutely. And you can spend hours choosing different ones as well.
But then, as you say, it's all from the same collection.
So, you know, it's all going to match. I'm just going to move my board out a bit.
You have to constantly move.
There we go, that's no problem.
Backwards and forwards all the time.
So we've got all those, so we've done those. And if you've cut loads of them out, you can just have them all out and have a play with them all. So that's those. Then I went on to these. So we need 6 of your rectangles. So you've got 6 plain rectangles at 4.5 inches by 6.5 inches. And then we've got 12 of the squares. Now then, I have done with some of them. You need to, just get my ruler and pen. With your iron off pen, just draw a diagonal line across all of these. And again, they're 2.5 inch squares. So we want friction pen, and then just from corner to corner, doesn't matter which corner to which, well, obviously opposite corners, but it doesn't matter which, unless you've got it, if it's directional, then you need to specifically want it. But with these, I wouldn't say any of them are directional. The flowers, some are upside down, you've got all the little patterns.
But also
and the
with
checks.
a 2-inch square, it's not a lot of direction going on anyway.
Not really, no. But just if you wanted to be
if you really wanted it to be.
Maybe if you had some material at home that had little tiny flowers that you wanted to sort of fussy cut and just have those, then you'd have to be careful. So I've done all these. Now you want 6 of them and you want to put them, I sort of laid them out so that they're all in the right hand corner, because we're going to be sewing from corner to corner. So if we lay them all out, and again, this is where we can do a bit of chain piecing together.
So the bundle that Sandy is using is the One Fine Day, and in that bundle you get the whole jelly roll, which is 40 strips, 2.5 inch strips. You get 2 meters of navy fabric that's used for the sashing.
The sashing, yes.
And around the edges, the borders around the edges.
Is that the cream?
No, the navy.
That's for the border, just for the border.
And then the cream, you get 3 meters, and that's for the background.
Yes.
So that's $79.99, and that's everything you need. Well, you need the book as well. That's only $7.99, but that's all the fabric you need to make the full double bed size quilt, which is amazing value, isn't it? $79.99 for a double bed quilt.
Oh, gosh, yes.
It is, isn't it? And remember, it's Moda fabric. Well, the jelly roll is. The cotton fabric is our Rose and Hubble quality normal quilting weight fabric. It's the same weight as the Moda fabric.
It's a lovely fabric to work with.
It is really nice, crisp and lovely.
It is. And if you wanted, you could always spray a bit of the starch on it. Yeah, because they are so small, it just make them quite nice and crisp whilst you're working. So I've got them together. Now I just put 2 clips at either side, so it just holds the square on, but you can actually keep those clips on whilst you're sewing them as well. So they're not going to move anywhere. So I'm now going to I'm going to switch this down a little bit so I'm not zooming off. When you first start it, just do it a little tiny bit away from the edge, because it'll tend to, because it's quite small, it will sometimes just take it under, and then you're trying to pull it back out again. Have you ever had it whereas if you're chaining it, sometimes it will just feed in quite nicely. You see that one's gone in. Oops. shouldn't have talked about it, should I?
No. Well, I think, yeah, when you're doing points as well.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's fine.
They'll just go under there. So if I was at home, I would just completely unpick that one. But since I'm here, and I'm just going to pull it out a little bit and start again with that one. Just like, it was good because I was telling you, if you go too close, it does just, there we go. No.
It's a foot down.
Ah, there we go. No, it's still not liking that one at all.
Okay.
Oops. Why does it always happen on telly?
I know, but it does, doesn't it? And actually, it happens at home sometimes, doesn't it?
Well,
You
it
do
does
about
happen
3
at
times.
home. Oh, yes.
Just do another one. Yeah. And sometimes you do it 3 times and you think, I'm not unpicking this again.
I know. So as I say, just start a little bit further back. There we go. Because you've got a 1/4 inch seam on it anyway, if you start a little bit further back, it's not going to matter. There we go. It's quite handy it did it so that I could show you what happens.
I know, but I think it says important to see when it goes wrong. But you can just unpick it, it's fine. What you mustn't do is keep going. I've done it before. I think, oh, fine, and I keep going, and then it gets
doesn't,
into a
and it just goes
mess.
under and under.
And gets even worse, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think you can get on in quilting machines. Can you get sort of like a plate that just has one small needle hole?
Yes.
And so then if you're doing that,
yes,
it doesn't nest up quite as much, it doesn't take it in as much, whereas when it's wider,
yes,
it will take in, isn't it?
I know on my machine, the 720, it has a straight, just a foot that's just purely for straight stitching.
Yes.
And it is a much smaller foot, and the plate only has one hole as well.
Yeah.
For the professional plate, so that is a lot better.
Some machines you can get them to swap over. I think this has got some different
no, mine has
ones
three
as well,
plates.
hasn't it? Is this the machine that you've got?
No, I've got the 720. That's the 780. So mine's the sort of it's an semi-industrial one, but I guess it's one below that. But you change the plate, so rather than having the this sort of space where you can zigzag, because the machine will go in as a zigzag.
Yes.
It just has one hole, and so it doesn't. And also the foot is narrower.
Right. And that just makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah, it doesn't catch up as much.
So there we go, we've sewn the first lot on. And then again, it'll be back to ironing. So I'll bring my, my ironing board over. There we go. And again, with these, we're going to press them rather than iron them. And what you need to do is, again, the same way, just into that corner there, and then just over. And you're pressing them back, so you've got the start of your little flying geese there. So if we do that with all these, it leaves it a lovely smooth edge, doesn't it? Then again, just press them back.
Okay, so the colourway that's hanging up behind Sandy, if you want to see that one, it is the sticked colourway. So it's shades of turquoises and orange and yellows, greens, really nice mocha colours, very, very pretty, more autumny. In that you get the Moda jelly roll, you get 2 meters of the paprika fabric, and you get 3 meters of cream fabric. So you've got enough fabric for the whole of the quilt top, and it's a double bed size as well.
And
so £85.89.
And some left over.
And some left over as well. So that's lovely, isn't it? But you can see this one that's hanging up behind Sandy with all of those colours, and it's gorgeous, isn't it? So if you want that one, £85.89, and then that is the whole double bed size quilt. So you've pressed them all open?
Press them all open, and now I'm just going to take them back, and you take the bottom 2 layers off. So you put your ruler on. You need quite a nice small roller. I think with quilting you need the right size rulers, don't you? So if you've got a big 12-inch ruler and you're trying to take just this small bit off, you've not got the precision with it, I don't think. So use a nice tiny little ruler and just put your 1/4 inch line on the sewing line that you've done, and then we want to just cut those off. Oops. There we go. And I never cut them off first because we always check it to make sure that we've got it right. Because there's nothing like cutting them all off and then realise you've sewn them on the wrong way. So
you press it,
to see that you've got that shape, then you can take it off. And also don't forget to take it off as well, because I was sort of getting ahead of myself at one point and sewing them and thought, this is quite thick.
Because you haven't
taken them off. So as you can see, it's coming together really quickly.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? So you've done all the square blocks, now we're just doing the points.
We're going to do the flying geese part.
Is it we've not got a very sharp blade?
Do you know, I have, but I think I put it on the wrong side. I think it thinks I'm left-handed and I'm not. I'll change that later. There we go.
So if you need a rotary cutter, £8.99 for this, and that's the 45mm rotary cutter. So that's your standard size. That's the one that's used for most quilting. The smaller ones and the larger for more special things. But the 45mm, £8.99. It makes a big difference to lots of quick cutting, trimming, and accurate as well.
Absolutely. Don't get rid of your little corners, keep those in a bag.
Yes.
And you can do all sorts of things with those afterwards as well. You could like plique them on things. You could actually, if you wanted to sew them together so you got another little square.
Oh, okay.
You could cut them up for your Delphine confetti quilting, things like that. So, and they're such beautiful colours, it seems a shame to throw those away.
Right.
So I'm not very good at throwing things away, so you can ask my husband. I've got it's one of my things I'm not very good at. Especially when it comes to crafting, you always think that'll come in handy sometime, don't you?
So keep all your little triangles.
That's
Put them in the post and send them to somebody.
That's right. No, please don't. I think I'll be divorced by next week.
She will love them.
Like we send you the little edges of the material, don't we?
Yes. The salvages, yes.
Salvages,
I do
that's
love
right,
the salvages. I never throw those away.
So we'll send you the salvages and you can send me all your little
and I'll
scraps.
Send you all my triangles.
We'll do swaps. See what we can make out of them.
So you join you put all the squares on the other side. So
you put all the squares on the other side now as well.
So you're making like a flying geese.
That's right, we are.
Flying goose.
Flying goose. Flying goose. Not just for Christmas. Right. And then again, we can just chain stitch all these together, chain PCs together. So I'll get on with these. When you sew them, I would sew them from the bottom down across. Because if you sew upwards, because this is sort of like loose, and it's doubled there, if you sew up and it catches, it's going to make it a bit of a mess at the bottom. Whereas if you sew it down, you're going to get a lovely neat point because it's actually sewing it down into it. Okay.
So start at the
top corner
and sew down.
Work your way down. And again, if you've just got your clips at either side, it holds it on, but you don't need to take them off, so you're not keep taking them off. I'm loving this new Elmo machine, it's lovely.
It is a beautiful machine, isn't it? It's lovely
really
to work with.
Is.
Well, there's just so much you can do with it. There's so many different options, like you say, and that one has all the different plates.
Yes.
So once you get used to it and you play with it and you see how they work, so much it will do. That is the Elna Excellence 780 Plus.
I think everything with these machines, it's just playing with it, isn't it? You've got time.
There's a special deal with this one today as well. If you get this one today, you get a free 5-year warranty and a metal thread set. Special offer. Only £2,789. So if you're thinking about upgrading your machine and you want something a bit super duper very special, £2,789. Available on split pay as well. The telly's disappeared.
Oh.
Who's got off the telly? £557.80 on split pay. That's 5 equal payments. So the great thing is you pay your £557.80 today, you get sent it straight away direct from Elna. When I bought mine, it only took 2 days.
Really? 2 days?
Bought it on the Tuesday, came on the Thursday. How exciting was that? They don't guarantee 2 days, but that's how long mine took. And then you pay the other payments spread over the next 4 months. It's interest free, so it won't cost you any more, but it is a beautiful machine.
It is lovely.
It will really upgrade your sewing to that next level because it does things like having the professional plate, so you get a much neater stitch. The top stitching is just dreamy. You don't ever get the bottom thread showing through. Well, I haven't yet.
The stitch on it is beautiful.
It is really neat, isn't it?
Lovely. And what I like about it, it does like my machine, it lifts up at the end, so it cuts off and then your foot lifts up, which is fabulous.
It makes quite a difference.
It does. When you go back to another one and you sort of like, you stop and you think, why isn't my foot going up? And you're looking at it thinking, what have I done wrong? And it's right, so we've got these done now. I'll just bring this back.
It's those little things. It's like, you know, when it cuts the thread, but always finishing with needle down and foot up. When you're doing lots of, if you're sewing things like, I was appliquing a circle on, you know, it's easy because you don't have to keep stopping lifting the foot going round.
Yes, because it stays.
It's just a little extra, isn't it?
It is, yes.
So if you fancy treating yourself, if you can't get to the Festival of Quilts and you want to treat yourself, a new sewing machine, this is like your Rolls Royce.
Oh, absolutely.
It's beautiful.
So as you know, I do a lot of bears. I make bears all over the time, and there's lots of curves when you're doing a bear. So if you've got your machine with the needle staying down in it, it's lovely. It makes all the difference.
And you only really get that feature with a high-end machine.
Yes. And it is worth it. You won't go back to another one once you.
No.
That's the worst part. You don't need to, do you?
And it's got 5-year warranty and a free metal thread set as well.
And don't they come from Stockport? Are they Stockport, Helena?
I don't know actually.
I think somebody said they come from, which is my
is it?
my old hometown.
Okay. Well, there we are then. Well, mine
so
was
they're
like
bound to be good. They're bound to be good.
Very quick. I just straight out of the box, plugged in on the table, ready to go. That's not mine.
Did you not read the manual from cover to cover
first?
No.
I decided if I did that, I'd never use it.
That's right.
So
it scares you, doesn't it?
I thought, right, okay, I'm going to use it for what I need at the moment. The first thing I need to do is thread it up. So I read that page. But every time I use it, I read another page because I know, the other day I thought, I wonder how you do that buttonhole. No, blanket stitch. There was one of the fancy stitches, so I learned how to do that. So gradually I'm learning as I go. Otherwise, it's a bit intimidating to have to read a whole manual, isn't it?
Do you know, when I came in, I'd never used it before today, so it was lovely to sort of have a go on it today. And I didn't know how to thread it because it didn't thread quite the same as mine. They're all very basically the same, but it wasn't quite the same. We just popped it on YouTube. How do you thread it? And it came up, and this lovely lady taught me through it so well. And within 5 seconds, I've got it threaded and up and running again. So if you are stuck and you don't want to plough your way through
you just
the manual,
just
So it was fab. You've also got the option of not using the foot on it, and you can just use your start-stop,
which is quite handy, isn't it?
Is
when you think, why would I ever need that?
I know, this is it. Mine does it, but I've never used it. And I was trying it out before, and I thought, you know, that's really good. Actually,
but it also has a knee lift thing.
Oh, yes.
For lifting up the foot, which is
it's great, isn't it? It starts making you very lazy, doesn't it?
It does,
Your sewing, it almost does it for you, doesn't it?
Great. It's just great.
I'm just waiting for one that makes me a cup of tea at the same time.
Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Yeah. Telly's disappeared. Yeah, the TV's disappeared. We have a screen and we have a TV, so I can see big what's happening on. So I can't see anything as well. So I'm keeping not on the big TV.
Keeping my little bits there, and we've done exactly the same as we did on the other side.
Right.
And I've cut them all off, and I'm just going to bring this over and just give them a quick iron, just to flat, or press anyway, just to sort of flatten those because we need them quite flat. Did you manage to get the mark of your iron the other day? Did you?
No, do you know, I still haven't got it. Oh, well, the one here where I melted a plastic bag. Yes, where Delphine and I melted a plastic bag. Yeah, we did. But actually, mine at home, I've got a mark on it. I need to get one of those iron cleaner sticks.
I've got a good tip. Use an aspirin.
Okay.
Or a paracetamol.
Oh, I've got paracetamol. I haven't got any
Just
aspirin.
rub it on it.
Oh, okay.
And if you rub it on the mark, be careful with your fingers.
Yes, I guess it has to be hot, doesn't
it? Yes.
Okay.
So just
well, we do an iron cleaner stick,
which is much better than an aspirin. But if you've not got your iron cleaner stick,
well, actually, when we melted the plastic bag on it, I just rubbed it and it came off really easily.
Yes.
I think I might have pressed some Bondo Web on mine at home, possibly, and it's got a bit of a mark. But it hasn't come off on anything, so I use
interfacing all the time, and I'm forever putting it the wrong side down, ironing it, thinking, why is the interfacing on my iron and not my bears?
I do it with Bondo Web. Yeah, that's what I need.
Oh, brilliant! That's what we need. Right, so we take 2 of these, and we need 4 little of the white squares or the cream squares, whichever colour you're doing with your sashing.
Okay.
And then we put one at either side here. Again, just a quick clip on it. And these come together really quickly now. So we've got one there and one here. And this one makes the top and bottom section of your panel. So if you see on your panel, you've got the top with the cornerstones and the bottom with the cornerstones as well. So I'll just sew these on. Again, there's nothing that's hard to do with this at all.
Yeah, so this is an ideal kit for a beginner, I think, and I think that's the good thing. Is, I mean, obviously we do lots of different levels of prices of kits. You know, we do designer kits, we do them pre-boxed. We've got loads coming up at 12 o'clock, but if you want, you know, more of a beginner quilt that's more affordable as well, I think $79.99 for a full double bite-sized quilt. And this is really achievable. As you know, if you watch back Sandy's tutorial, it really is just squares.
Yes.
And some squares are sewn to rectangles at an angle.
Yeah.
And that's it really, isn't it?
I mean, as you can see, we're making a block up within less than an hour here. Once you've got it all cut out, just go through it, cut out, and again, it tells you exactly all the sizes, all the amounts that you need to cut out.
I mean, these are great books. I'm always amazed at the price of them, how we can do them for $7.99. Obviously, when you buy your materials pack, you will need the book as well, but you've got 9 designs in there. But I think the material packs are very good value for money because you've got everything that you need for your quilt front. 5 meters of fabric and a jelly roll, $79.99.
And if you've got some of the extra large backing fabrics that you had on earlier on this week, they would be fabulous for the back of it. So with these, again, we're just going up to the crease there and then just pressing them so they press out. So again, you've got your top and bottom there done in seconds. There we go. Then you've got your last 4. So with these, we need to sew 2 of them together. Now, just a little tip: if you're a quilt, you'll just pop it together and you know you're sewing it and it'll be fine. But if you want to just be a little bit more accurate and you're only just starting, I always normally draw. I'll do it on this side. So draw 1/4 inch on the right side of one, just where they meet there. So you've got a little line just where they meet. Then on the wrong side, that's going to go over the top, just draw a line across down. So that's your 1/4 inch sewing line. Then I get a pin. So I just need a pin. And if you get a pin and pop it in where they meet there, on the 1/4 inch line. So if you go over, you'll see it's right on the side there, and put it into on the front into there. And this is probably one of the only times I use a pin when I'm trying to get the points. Put it down and then just pin those together. Then when you sew across down here, that should meet right on the point. And so can you see here? So it should meet all along here. So it should meet there and get them right.
So are you sewing the squares to the triangles now?
No, I'm sewing these 2 together. These 2.
Do it in rows.
So yes. So you've got your block here. This will be at the top. This will be at the bottom, and then you've got the 2s at the side. So at the moment we're sewing these 2 together at the side. So I'm just sewing this down, but just to get that point nicely. And again, because it's been ironed down, if you're sewing the other way, just hold it down a little bit as you go across it. Then you see that makes the point really nice there. So again, on this side, just do a 1/4 inch on the wrong side, just where those meet. And if you've got your iron off pen as well, it's great, so it all irons off. And then your 1/4 inch line on the wrong side. Get your pin in that corner and this corner, and it just, I mean, it's quite quick to do, but it just makes sure that those
it's little things like that sort of once if you are a beginner as well, that you don't have to do all of it straight away, but it just gives you just ways if it annoys you that your points
That's
aren't
right.
matching. Just little tips, isn't it?
And if you do it when you start, you find a quicker way to do it, obviously, when you're doing it. But just for starters, if you want those points to be right, then I'll just iron these 2 out, and then we can put all the block together. Now with this one, I tend to actually iron it flat, because then it just gets us quite a lot of bulk within the small square. So just the centre one here, I just tend to iron it flat rather than one to each side.
Okay, just to get rid of the bulk.
Just to get rid of a bit of a bulk in the centre there. You don't have to. If you're happy to sort of iron it to one side, that's fine. It's just a preference, I suppose. And I just tend to like to iron it flat there. There we go. Or press it flat, should I say. There we go. I do love that iron. I think everybody loves the iron, don't they?
I love my iron. Yeah, they do.
Now the new
In fact,
one...
we were selling them yesterday on the sewing street stand at the
really?
Quilt. I know, so lots of people kept saying to everyone, "You're not going to love that iron."
Can you send my husband there tomorrow?
Yes.
I'll pay you later if you can.
Tell him to get one.
That's right, yes. Right, now we're going to put the 2 side ones on.
Oh, it's £8 off.
£8 off, gosh.
Oh, it's a special price because it's Festival of Quilts. Oh, well, you're going to have to get one. It's £8 off, £155.
Absolutely.
I know, and
It'd
lots
be
of
rude
people.
not to, wouldn't it, really?
Well, and also you can get it on split pay. 3 equal payments of 51 for 66.
Can you get that at the show as well, or is it?
I don't think you can get
No,
split pay at the show, but you can get it at that price of £155. But they have a stack of them, so you can go to show and get it and take it home with you. Or just buy it here on split pay. But you have to order it then, and you can't take that one.
No.
But it is good. But there were lots of people yesterday walking off with them. Ben was there yesterday as well. He was wandering around, taking photos, chatting with everyone. Very strangely, he seemed to take a lot of photos of the ceiling.
Really?
I said to him, "You look like, look." I said, "You look like you're in a cowshed." Look at that. This is exclusive behind-the-scenes footage of Ben at the Festival of Quilts. But it looks like he's in a cowshed. I said, "Why didn't you take a picture of you with like, oh, look, there he is, with the quilt." So that was the our quilt block competition.
Well, I
Winners
can't wait to
quilt.
see that.
So he is there actually behind that, but the rest of them he looks like he's in a cowshed. There was a lovely little photo montage. I was expecting lots of photos of you amongst fabric stalls. But it wasn't, it was him with the ceiling.
Really?
It was very arty.
Oops. Is he
We
into
took
his
lots of
arty
photos.
photos?
We took lots of photos. Well, Amy took lots of photos of all the people we met. Nice people.
What were you most impressed with yesterday?
Well, there was a whole display of quilts by this artist. I can't remember what his name was. Something like Amazonias. Probably wasn't that. But they were like...
That sounds good.
I know it does, but it was something like that. But they were like arty quilts, a bit like Delphines. But oh, unbelievable. And there was this really cool quilt that just was squares. But if you held your phone up and looked at it through your phone, it turned into the Mona Lisa.
You're joking.
No idea how it worked. Obviously the squares were in shades, and there was something about when you put your phone by it, it then changed. I don't know how it, because you didn't do anything, you just took like a photo or just held your phone up. But you could see them from the distance, the light and dark, and it turned into the Mona Lisa.
That's quite interesting, because when you're making a quilt, sometimes you look at it and you think, I'm not sure if that's right or not, but if you take a photo of it,
Completely
you can
different,
see
isn't it? Yeah.
absolutely if there's something wrong with
I
it.
always do
and
that.
Yes.
And it changes. Well,
It
however
absolutely
he did
changes
this, it was
it,
all in
doesn't it?
little squares,
Yes.
and they were all prints and patterns, but it turned into the Mona Lisa.
Goodness me.
But there was like a massive tiger, and there were ballerinas. I mean, it was just a work of art. So if you went to the Festival of Quilts yesterday, or Friday, no, actually yesterday was Friday, or Thursday, let me know. What did you buy? Send me your pictures that aren't of the ceiling. Did you have a good time?
Did you have a nice lunch there?
Yes. Well, only a sandwich though. Nothing special. I went to the Starbucks.
Oh, did you? Nothing wrong with that.
There's plenty of places to sort of... I saw lots of people sitting, having their own lunch though. And there's a Wetherspoon.
Oh.
Yeah, love a Weatherspoons.
Yes. You always have nice toilets in a Weatherspoons.
It's very nice choice. And you can have breakfast all day.
Right, so I'm just ironing these outwards.
Right, okay.
Because it just makes it neater. And that's the way you'll find that they seem to want to go.
Yeah, so you sort of, I guess you can plan it how you want, but it does, you
Absolutely.
don't always. I think sometimes people think, oh, I've got to press it always to one side or always open. You
That's
don't.
right, no.
Just do whatever
Yes.
you feel it wants to do.
Yes.
Okay, so we've got two
So
more.
we've got those two, and then you put the top and the bottom
Okay.
ones on. So we're going to put the top and the bottom ones on.
Brilliant. Well, let's do that.
that's-
You're going to finish the block and then we
Yes,
can,
and then that's
we'll go
your-
through the quick.
yeah.
And then that's the block done.
And then that's your block finished. And then literally
Amazing.
just sash them together with some plain sashing. I'll carry on and finish this for you. And again, with this one, you can do the points again. So put your pin in and just make sure you're on the seam underneath it. And always put the top and bottom one on after you've put the sides on,
Right.
because they're the longer ones.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, no, that makes sense. It's lovely, isn't it? Because it is like you say, quite simple, but when it all comes together, it looks really
lovely.
impressive.
So it's quite nice to do because it's nothing too, you're not sort of like,
Yes,
oh,
yeah.
you know, it's really difficult. It's quite relaxing to do as well. So it's a lovely, relaxing quilt. Yep.
So if you want the wadding for the quilt, we have that as well. So when Sandy's finished, we'll go through everything so you can see, because we do have the wadding as well. So if you can get it all in one place, buy your whole kit
Brilliant.
in one go, or get it all sent to you in a box, and you're ready to go.
If you've not got it, you tend to leave your quilt hanging around, don't you? Whereas if you've got it all there, when you
Yes.
make it, you think,
It's all there.
I
I've
want
got
to
the
do
whole-
that
I've got
now.
the
I want to
wadding, I've got
finish
the
it off.
backing, I've got everything.
yeah. You just get so used to a machine cutting your thread off for you, don't you?
Yes, you do get used to how it works, doesn't it?
You do, yes.
It takes weeks, doesn't it?
I bet you won't go back to having one that doesn't now, would you?
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't, because I know you get used to it, don't you? But it's just one of those things. It just gets used to it, and it's those little things that you get when you upgrade to the next level that makes a difference.
Because you sort of think, I don't need something that cuts it
You
off.
do,
But
no,
then,
you don't
and then when it does,
need
you sort
it.
of think, do you know what?
Yeah,
I do need that.
I do need that, and it's lovely. And actually, with my old machine, what it used to do is when you press thread cut, it would like go forward, do an extra stitch and cut the thread.
Yes.
So I always have to allow for that. But with my own, it doesn't do that. It just cuts
Just
it.
cuts.
And that's what I want it to do. I don't want it to do another stitch and cut the thread in it. You know how you get used to the
You do.
idiosyncrasies
Yeah,
of your
absolutely,
machine?
yes,
And it's so nice that it doesn't go forward and do another stitch and then cut.
Because you know
Just
that
cuts.
that's where you're finishing.
Yeah. 'Cause that's where I wanted to finish.
If you're doing things like mitre corners where you have
When
it
really, yeah, when you're doing that
absolutely
kind
in
of
that,
thing,
yes.
or if you're top stitching something, that it doesn't always matter that one extra stitch, but for some things, or turning corners or
Yes.
I don't want an extra stitch.
You don't. You just need that
want that
absolute. And there we go. That's
Perfect. That is fantastic. Well, you've done a
There we go.
fantastic. Know exactly how to make it.
And then you can, if you've got a nice long ruler, just trim off the
Yes.
edges. Don't trim it down because it says that the blocks are 8 by 12, but don't trim it at this stage to 8 by 12 because you do need that 1/4 of an inch where your points are to sew it to the sashing and sew them together.
Well, brilliant. Well, thank you so much. I'm
Pleasure.
just going to run. So I will see you in an hour.
You will.
When we're going to do Hunter's Start. I'm just going to run through the kits again. So the kit that is hanging behind Sandy is the stitched one. It's these beautiful shades of like apple green, pumpkin spice, clear blue skies, gorgeous. So this is stitched. You get 3 meters of cream fabric that's used for all the sashing and all the areas around the squares and the triangles, and then you get 2 meters of paprika, which is used for all the sashing around the edges. Well, the wider borders around the edges. So that's your sort of warm, lovely autumn quilt. Remember, it is full double bed size. If you want the quilt that Sandy was demonstrating, that obviously it's a Moda Jelly Roll. It's called One Fine Day. It's lovely shades of pinks and reds and greens and turquoises with a little splash of navy. Very clear and bright and clean. Really beautiful quilt. You get, that's $79.99. You get 2 meters of navy fabric, and then you get 3 meters of ivory fabric that's used for all the sashing. So that's that kit. So a fantastic price for a full double bed quilt. If you want something a bit more bright and playful, this one is called 30s Playtime, because it is your real 30 shades, and the prints as well. Lovely, really good for kind of picnic quilts or children's quilts, or where you just want something really bright and fresh and fun. Look lovely on a spare room bed, I think. $79.99. You get 2 meters of the cobalt blue, I think it's called Copen, that one, and then you get 3 meters of cream. So that's that kit for $79.99. If you want backing fabric, you will need 5 meters. That's enough to back the quilt. We've either got cream, so that's £36.40. Now, obviously, you will need to cut it into half, into 2.5 meters, and then join it together. £36.40. That's all the backing you need, and that's our 100% cotton fabric. So, depending on which one you're making, or what colour you want to back, or even if you want to use it for a different quilt, £36.40. That's enough to back at 2.5 meters. If you want it in blue, this is in Copen blue. So if your quilt is 2.5 meters long, this is the right amount, or a little bit less, so this is the right amount you need. £36.40. Okay. Wadding. Do you want to do scrap bags? Okay. We have got the Moda scrap bags as well, so I'm going to do those just before we finish this hour. Now, this is great because remember, the book is really good for using up your scraps. But if you want some more, or if you love the Moda fabric and you want some more, these are absolutely fantastic. So you get £half a pound. You won't know what colours they're going to be, but they will be Moda. They are nearly always 2.5 inch or more strips, and you will get a mystery collection, but you get a lot of fabric, because remember, this is Moda. This is $17.99, and you are getting, so this one, for example, just showing you, you've got these, I think, are all from the same collection. You've got shades of blues and spices and navies, all different ones there. They were all Moda, and usually they're about 2.5 inch or a little bit more strips. But they all tend to go with each other. It's almost, I feel like they can't guarantee it, but it does feel like they come from the same fabric range. So that's just one. They come to you in this lovely little paper bag as well. So they make a really nice gift with a little window on it as well. So that's if you want to buy one for someone, only $17.99. Now, we don't have much quantity of these. We've normally got a lot of them, but we are very low on stock of these. So if you want the Moda scrap bag, maybe you've bought the book and you want to make one of these quilts, the scrap bag is ideal for that, because look at all the fabric. You get a lot of fabric. Remember, this is all Moda fabric as well. So this one we've got oh, I love this one. Has a lovely quote: no matter how long the winter, spring is sure to follow. Well, thank goodness for that. Wouldn't it be awful if it didn't? This one is lovely. These are really lovely, gorgeous sort of earthy tones with bright spring greens as well. It's kind of winters and greens together, isn't it? So that's another one. But look at all the fabric you're getting. All of that, you can see. Gorgeous. That's that one. So there is so much in these, but what's lovely is it's a surprise. So get the book, decide what quilt you're going to make, or maybe you bought the quilt block cards in the first hour. Buy one of these scrap bags and go, right, well, that's what I'm going to make, and then you don't even need to think about pattern or colour. Pick a couple of the cards, and then this is the one. Oh, I like this one. This is really pretty. You've got all shades of navies and reds. You've got florals and greens. So you can see Do you know what? It doesn't matter which one you get. If it's a Moda scrap bag, it's going to be gorgeous. That one's all from the Bonnie and Camille collection. Beautiful. Anyway, pop it in your basket. We're very, very limited on stock of that one now. $17.99 for your Moda scrap bag. Anyway, thanks for joining me for this hour. I will be back with you in a couple of minutes' time. I'm going to show you how to make the tote bags. We've got the hot air balloons, the beach huts, and the swallows. That one was hanging underneath. They are brand new today. First time we've had them on air. And I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die-cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die-cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini, the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So this hour is all about the bag, but it's the summer bag because it is the summer. So this is the summer totally toe. It was tricky to choose when we were trying to decide what shall we have for our 3 summer bags. Beach huts, I think, was a definite because I love a beach hut. I love that. And then we went, oh God, there were so many choices. It was really hard. So I think Amy made the decision in the end. We went beach huts, swallows, and hot air balloons. So we'll go through them one by one so you can see, and then you can choose which is your favourite. Because at the moment they are pretty even. Hot air balloon is slightly in the lead. So this is the beach hut bag. The summer totally toe. So look at it, it's got all the little rows of beach huts, it's got the decking, you've got the little bit of pathway leads down to the sea, you've got all the waves, and then on the back, look, and as you can see around the side, the whole beach hut matches as it goes around the side. I'll show you the inside. Let me just take out his little bit of stuff in to make him stand out. So you've got the handles are in a little beach print. If I turn him inside out, then you can see what it looks like when it's lined. So you've got lovely lining, matching lining, and you've got a little pocket. Now the way I've done this is you can decide whether you put a zip in it or not. I'll show you in a minute. I put the zip on the hot air balloon, but I know a lot of people are put off by zips, so you don't have to put the zip in, you can just put the pocket. And if I show you the inside of the pocket, well, you'll see it on the thing. The inside of the pocket, it's got a beach hut, and it says secret things, which nobody can see except for you, but it's always nice to have a nice pocket, so that goes there. Or you can just not put the pocket in at all if you really don't want to. Fully lined, and on the panel, everything that you need to make that is there. The lining, the handles, so that's that. With the panel, you also get the matching zip case, so it's the beach hut in miniature. You've got the deck chairs, the parasol, you've got the seat, you've even got the base of it, which is this real sort of linen effect. It's just a print that makes it look like a linen, and that goes all the way around. And again, it's fully lined and it has the same lining as the bag. And that is all on the panel. So I'll go through them all and then I will show you one of the panels. Next one, hot air balloons. Now you might notice that some of these look slightly different. So the reason for this is when you make them, on the panel is obviously all the fabric and all the instructions. When you then make them up, you can choose whether you put what you put in it. Now with the swallows, I haven't put anything in between at all. There's no wadding, no foam, no nothing. It still makes a really nice bag. So it all depends on what kind of structure you want. So this one, there is no wadding. With the beach hut one, and in the instructions explain how to do this, I've put in some fusible wadding. So your H640, but you can use 80/20 cotton wadding. So that's got a little bit more squidginess and a little bit more structure. But with the hot air balloon, I put foam interfacing, so Bosal or Styleville. We've got all of these available. If you go on to Watch Live on pre-order, it's all there. I've scheduled it all into this hour. So if you want to buy any of it, you need 1/2 metre of foam interfacing or 1/2 metre wadding. So if you want it to be more structured and to stand up, you just need the wadding. You need the foam interfacing. So any of them will work in any of the ways. It depends on the effect you want. So for the hot air balloons, we've got it was hard because Amy was trying to decide, shall we go for like really vintage hot air balloons or traditional or modern? So we sort of went for a mixture. They're vintage ones but in more modern colours, couldn't decide. But then like the ones, you know, when you see, let me show you the ones on the other side. They're all flying over the mountains and the meadows. You know when you see like children's hot air balloons that are used for putting in bedrooms, like as lights? They often look like this, don't they? So they're kind of your vintage ones. I've quilted around these balloons so they really stand out. So you've got the fabric that's at the base, which is a lovely turquoisey colour that's got this almost like linen-y type print on it. Handles, obviously. Now this one, I did put as, can you see? I put a zip in the, half of the stock of this one has gone. So if you want the hot air balloon, you need to get it checked out. This one has got a zip. Up again, entirely up to you, and I'm going to show you in a bit how to do that, but you don't have to put the zip in. And then if I open the zip inside, there's the pocket that has obviously a hot air balloon on it. In the pocket, just for you, not for anyone else, because it's your secret things, and it says secret things, and that goes in. So the lining on it, I'm not going to turn this one inside out as much because it's not as easy with the foam. Morning, Kat. Morning. You looking for something? Yeah, I want the car. Okay. Kat's just visiting. And not that she works with us anymore because she left us. I liked your dress. Did you like my dress yesterday? I saw that dress and I thought, do you know, that's mine. I need that dress. Got to have it.
Was it good at first?
It was really good. I know. She's just coming to charge her, but I haven't seen Kat for a while, so nice to see you. Then we get in the inside, you've got the lining, which are just miniature versions of the hot air balloons. I'll put that back in. Obviously, you get the little zip purse that you can use to, keep whatever you want. Your mint imperials, keep your money in it, anything you fancy. So you get and it is exactly the same. It's just a miniature version. And look, when you get to the side seams, the mountains match as they go along. Little zip across the top. You've got the lining of the purse. You've even got on the panel the little zip tabs, and you can choose whatever colour zip. I went red because I thought it was super bright. So that's hot air balloon. And finally, swallows. And I have to say, I think this one is my favourite. I love it's like a whole flock of swallows flying in the sky and across the countryside. It's beautiful. And then at the bottom, you've got like the poppy fields. And I like the base fabric is this textured effect, like in a spicy poppy colour. And then if you go around the side, the fields all join up on the edges because this is like the front and the back, and the swallows are flying again. I love the print on the handles. And then if you look at take the lining out, look at the lining print. It's a beautiful, beautiful colour, and I like the print on this that you've got this orangey print, and then in the background you've got lighter orange swallows, and then all the swallows. So it's absolutely beautifully coordinated. And then we get the pocket again, which obviously says secret things, and it has a little swallow on it. So this one I didn't put the zip in, so entirely up to you whether you do or whether you put the pocket in. And then obviously you get the matching zip case with that, and it has that same swallow print lining. So all you've got to do is choose, or just get all three if you can't choose. But they're a really good size. If I show you, let me show you the hot air balloons one. For when you want to, for going shopping. Well, they're called the Totally Tote because they're a good size. You can get a lot of shopping in there. I like the length. I mean, obviously you can alter the length of your handles, but I like to be able to hang it over without it dragging down by my knees, but just to be able to hold it. You've got boxed bottom, so you've got a nice depth there. And then you've got the matching purse. So it's kind of everything you need. I think with the lining fabric and the little zip pocket inside. So you just have to decide how structured you want it. Cool, isn't it? Actually, I think the maybe that's why I like the swallows one, because it goes in my dress. So get one to go with your dress, or just get the beach bag. So when it comes to the winter, we can pretend it's finished, but it's kind of everything you need in a tote. So let me show you through the panels, or I'm never going to get on with showing you how to make them. Which one shall I start with? The beach hut. So in the kit, you will get the fabric panel, and on the panel is everything that you need to make it. It's a big panel. So basically, if you haven't seen the Amber Makes kits before, the way it works, it's cut out and keep. Cut out and keep. It's not cut out and keep. It's cut out and sew. Shall I show? Yeah. Shall I show you on the other side? Yeah, I'm going to show you on the other side because that'll be easier. Because I get a nice. I can actually show you properly. So it's basically cut and sew. There's no templates and there's no measuring. All you have to do is there's the front, and it says on it bag outer front. So you cut out the front, and then it says bag outer front base. So you just cut round the edges. You'll notice, because these are all cutting corners, that there's a little item in the centre of those. Now you cut this round the corner. It says all this in instructions. So instead of wasting that space, they're filled. There's like a little deck chair, there's a life belt there, but you just keep them. You can use them to applique on things. So just cut round them, but those are like freebie extras. So there's the outer front, there's the bag lining front. So there is no templates and no measuring. You just have to cut round it. When you come to the pockets, there's the pocket with secret things, there's the pocket front, the pocket back. You've got the zip tabs. And then rather than waste space, we've got 3 extra beach huts. So you could use them for whatever you want, applique on them onto other things. And then we've got the case outer front, the case outer back. We've got labels. So you've got one that says this bag belongs to you. So you could put your name on that. You've got extra labels. It's all on there. You also get, obviously, a full set of instructions which tell you everything that you need. It tells you what else you'll need. So it tells you that if you want, it says here, like, if you want to make your bag more structured, press or tap wadding or foam to the front outer, and you'll need 45 by 90 centimetres of wadding or foam to do it. So it's all in there. I've put walkthrough photos so you can see exactly how to make each stage. So everything that you need to know is on there. That's the beach hut one. So the instructions are the same with every single one. On the back of the instructions is the Amber Makes email address and website address. So if you have any questions at all, any problems. Now these are they're about to sell out. If everyone who's got these in their basket checks out, they're gone. So if you want the hot air balloon, you do need to get checked out. So again, there you've got bag front, base, and then the back and the base, and it's all laid together in rows, so you can. It's easy to cut out. What I do with mine, I cut it out with a rotary cutter. When you cut them out, just cut off the little label and pin it to the top. put it to the top edge of the thing, then you always know the top. So although with some things we've made, it's obvious which is the top, which is the bottom, or it's obvious which is, but sometimes once you've cut it all out, or maybe you don't make it immediately, you come back to it. If you just cut out a little label, pin it to the top, then you know which is which. There's the handles, all in one piece. You haven't got to join them. Love the secret things. Look. There's the pocket and the little zip tabs, and you get 2 extra balloons with this one. So it's for $19.99, you've got a really big panel there. It's all brand new today, and this is the only place on Sewing Street. This is the only place that you can buy this. It's exclusive to Sewing Street, and it's brand new today. And it's about to sell out. So finally, my favourite, swallows in the air. It's so pretty, isn't it? So again, you've got the front, the back, but you can see that the way Amy has designed them, so that when you join them together, the hillside matches up. So round the edge of your bag, you get a complete scenery, because those little things are important, aren't they? I like having matching edges. Look, you get a free swallow. And I love this print. It's really lovely. It's almost like a spicy orange. And then you get the handles. There's the secret things pocket. And then I love the fact, you know, when you've got the case, you can see it's in absolute miniature. So that bit joins. Anyway, those are all the panels. Remember, in the kit, $19.99, you'll get the panel. They are all brand new today, exclusive to Sewing Street. This is the only place you can get them. Now, if you want the wadding or the foam, the piece, you need a 45 by 90, so basically you need half a metre. If you have a look on the website, we should have them all here, but that's the fusible fleece. So that's what I put in. Let me just get those. This is the fusible fleece. So this is what I put in the beach bag. You just need the half metre piece. So if you just want to give it a little bit of structure, but not absolutely loads, just make it slightly padded, then wadding is fine. Just gives it it also means that you can quilt it, which I'm going to show you in a minute. You don't have to, but if you want to add detail to it, if you want to add a little bit more, if you have a look at this quite carefully, can you see? If we get in a bit closer, what I did with this one is I quilted down the sides of it's not a path, is it? What's it called? A walkway round the waves. I quilted round the parasol and then round the edge of all of the beach huts on the front and the back. So by having the wadding, it means you can add that quilted detail. It just gives it a bit. I mean, if I'd had loads and loads of time, I might have gone around all of the deck chairs. I could have cut out some of the deck chairs from the panel, appliqued them on, had even more deck chairs. And you know, and I've seen a lot of you who've done our Amber Makes projects who have really personalised them, and they put all sorts on. So because there were so many bits and pieces on the panel, you can put all of that on as well. So that's the wadding, but if you want it more structured, just depends on what you're going to do with it. You know, if you want the bag to just fold up, in fact, the bag will, if you fold it up, will fit inside the purse. Shall I show you? So if you want, let me take the wadding out. If you fold it up, you've got to get it the same size as the purse, put the handles inside. Make sure it's the same size. But if you want to have it just, you know, to be able to put it in your handbag, then obviously don't add wadding or foam or you'll never get it in the purse. But if you just roll it up like that, there we go, and it will fit then in the zip purse. So you can pop that in your bag and then that's always there. But obviously if you put wadding or foam, you won't be able to do that. But if you want to have it as just a little quick thing, it's a really nice gift to somebody as well, isn't it? You give them this and they think, oh, that's a nice little purse. And then they open it up and go, oh, it's got a whole bag in it. Pardon? Oh, the balloons have sold out, and there are 4 left of the beach hut, and more left of the swallows. And if everyone checks out the swallows, they've gone. But if you want to put the foam in, That's coming in now. Again, that gives it a really nice structure. Clearly you'll never get that inside the purse. So it depends how you want to do it. But you need this half a metre. Now that's more than enough, because that you only need, I think, 90 by 50. Oh, where's my instructions gone? What I said now. You need 45 by 90, and that's 50 by 150. So you've got a lot there, but that will be enough. And that bosal is fusible, double-sided, so you can press it to both sides. Anyway, you just need to choose between that. So let me show you how to make them. There we go. I have prepared some bits earlier. So I just thought I'd show you about the quilting. Now I have done this earlier, so it's a little bit creased now. I'll give it a little press. If you decide you want to quilt it, whether you're doing foam or wadding, cut out a piece of foam or wadding slightly bigger than you need. To start with, you have to sew the bag front. All of this is in the instructions, so I'm not going to go through that, but you sew the bag front to the bag base. We could have printed it as a whole piece, but I think sometimes there is quite a difference when you join two separate pieces of fabric together and then top stitch them. You get a slightly different feel, and it moves in a slightly different way. And I think when you're doing a bag base, it's quite nice to have them separate, so that's why it's done. Put it on top of your foam or wadding and give it a little press to make sure it's nice and even, and don't fold it up and put it in your bag for a couple of days, and then it won't be creased like this. There we go. So that's what yours will look like. Then what I did is I sewed it all the way around the edge. There's a 1 centimetre seam allowance included in this, so just stitch within that. And then now you can go, right, what shall I quilt round? So you can really go for it and quilt round everything. On mine, I quilted around the balloons, but only the big ones, I didn't do the small ones. And then I quilted along the edge of this line because I wanted that would give it a bit of a 3D, the top of the flower meadows, and then round the mountains. You can do more than that. I mean, I think, well, it's a good job I didn't have much time. I'm not very good at less is more, because I think I'd have gone round all of the strings and round the edges of the balloons. If you're doing the beach huts, you can go around all the huts. If you're doing the swallows, you can go around the edge of each swallow. You could, if you wanted, quilt like a crosshatch pattern across the whole thing. You could do an all over quilting. I just like, particularly with the foam, it makes the balloons sort of stand out a bit. So all you need to do on my machine, because I've got the 720, it comes with a walking foot. If you haven't got a walking foot on your machine, just give it a go. I'm sure it doesn't go through as well, but have a go with it. I just find that because I've got the 720, it works really well. So I'm just going to, it's really simple. Normal sewing thread, nothing special. So once you've sewn it all together, for quilting, I normally go for, because this is quite fine quilting, I normally would go for about a 3, but because I'm going to go around lots of different curves, I'm going to go for a 2.5. This is stitch length, just because it goes around the curves a bit better, but you just need to experiment. So just start on the edge, and it doesn't have to be perfect, and you don't have to go exactly along the line. Echo quilting is really nice as well. So echo quilting is when you stitch just slightly away from the edge of something. So it's like stitching maybe 1/8, 1/4 of an inch away from the edge. So this isn't free motion, it's just normal, nothing, you don't have to do anything special or need anything special. I don't think that's, I'll just go along this other line so I can show you how it's worked. So I'm just going along the edge of the flowers. But you can see with this bow saw, it's quite thick foam, isn't it? And it's, I just want to show what it looks like. It's quite thick foam, and it gives a really nice structure, but you don't need anything special. I've only used the walking foot so that you can see how it runs through the machine, but you don't have to have anything super special with it. It will go through really fine. You don't need a jeans needle, I haven't changed any of that or used any special thread. But by doing this, you can see now that you've got a little bit of definition. Don't have to do it, but it's just a way. When you've finished doing that, I won't quilt the whole thing because you've got the idea now. When you finish doing that, then just cut around the edge like this all the way around just so it's level, either with scissors or you can use a rotary cutter and ruler if you prefer, and then make your back in exactly the same way, and then those are done. So that's that one done. But for the next section, I've used the beach huts. Let me move all my bits over to one side. Get confused what I'm doing otherwise. Right, so with the beach huts, I haven't wadded those. I've sewn the front to the base and the back to the base. The corners are already cut out because that's how it's printed on your panel, so you haven't got to think at all about cutting out corners in a special way. Put the front and the back together. Now if you want to get a really nice finish, because the way that we've printed this, there's lots of sections like the mountains on the beach huts and the mountains on the hot air balloons and the fields and hills on the swallows and the walkway thing, which I can't remember. What's a wooden walkway called in front of a beach hut? A plank. Whatever that's called. It will match up. So just, I mean, it will match up because it's printed to match up. But if you want to be absolutely sure to get it right, then what I would do is the bits that you really want to match up, just place them like this, right sides together. And I can see that matches up now, and just roll it down and pop a pin in. Right, swallows is the only kit that's available now. Boardwalk. That's it, a boardwalk. Or is that American? I really want to match up the seam between the base and the side section. It's called the boardwalk. Isn't that, oh, that lovely song, Under the Boardwalk? Do you know the one? Have you never watched the film Beaches? Oh, Under the Boardwalk, Down by the Sea. I'm not going to sing because I'm a rubbish singer. Do you not know that song? I'll tell you, all of you, you all know it, don't you? Under the Boardwalk, Down by the Sea. Have you really not? Well, you must have heard it. It's an absolute classic song. Right, so I'm going to sew it together down the sides, across the bottom and up the other side. I would try and match up these base seams, but do you know what? It doesn't really matter. It's your bag. Nobody's going to be going up to you going, So if you notice, the side seams on your bag aren't quite matching up, so it's entirely up to you. Right, so just... Are you listening to the song, Ben? Yeah. It was in a fantastic film called Beaches with Barbara Streisand, which, oh, it's just the best film ever. So now I don't need my walking foot anymore, so I'm going to take it off, which is really quick. If you never, you need to watch it. It's an absolute classic film. So I'm going to take off these, and you get really, really quick at this in the end, and just put the normal foot back on. I mean, you can use the walking foot, but do you know what? I find it harder to see. You can use it on normal fabric, but I find it hard to see the seam allowance lines. And this is so easy to use as well. Just pop the... Right, there we go. So 1 centimetre seam allowance included, which on most machine plates you'll see this one has got metric and imperial, so it's fine. And actually it's got the 1 centimetre at the bottom that I quite like. If your machine hasn't got the right seam allowance on the needle plates, draw on the fabric the seam allowance you want it to be, whatever that is, you know, whatever you're made, if this is a tip for other things. Then see where the edge of that fabric comes up on your machine needle plate, and then just put a piece of masking tape down like that. You can then put any seam allowance you want. You don't actually have to have a marking on your plate, but luckily I do on mine, because this one is metric and imperial, which is fab because my other machine didn't have imperial, so I always had to mark that. So this is why I love this machine, because it's really fast. There There we go, super fast. All the way down the bottom. I've still got 20 minutes, that's good. And just reverse stitch when you get to the end, because we're going to be boxing these corners and you really want a nice secure seam when you get to the end, otherwise it will come undone. You see, it's like when you start off, it's like you're on the slip road and then you get on the full motorway and you can go super fast. And luckily, unlike what I've got to do, you won't have to do a speed awareness course. I can't believe I've got to do a speed awareness course. Very, very disappointed. Has anybody, who else has got to do one? Very, very annoyed. But luckily on your sewing machine, you can go as fast as you want. You will have no fines. I'm very disappointed, but at least I'm not going to get any points. Right, so that's sewn together all the way round. Now, we're now going to box the corners, which is easy peasy, but it does make a difference if you just press the seams open first. Now, with your ironing board at home, I would place that over your board. It's just easier, but obviously I haven't got an ironing board here. So I'm going to press that there. And then when you get to this end, this is the bit that you really want pressed open. You need that pressed open because it'll be a bit neater. It's not the easiest because you've got other bits that you might crease, but it's really important that you press these open. So just press the seam, and you can always press the other bits flat with your normal ironing board, particularly maybe this is where your tailor's ham and your sleeve roll come in handy, because if you can't get this into your board, if you put your sleeve roll or your ham in, then you can press it without creasing. So just press those open. You see, now this is where it makes a difference when you pin. See, on this side, I showed you I matched those when I did it and I pinned them. But on this side I didn't because I was rushing a bit, and now those don't match. So although they're printed to match exactly, because I didn't pin those points and I just went for it because I was rushing, they don't match. It doesn't really matter, but that simple point of rolling those over, that's what makes it match. So we've pressed all of our seams open. We've got sides with a lovely iron. And I'm going to box the corners. They're already cut out, so you don't have to think about what you're doing. Now you've got a base seam and you've got a side seam, and you're going to match the base seam to the side seam. Again, if you can match the seams, it will look a bit neater, but they're the same colour fabric, so it's fine. So match the seams and pin them together. And then you need to make sure this is nicely opened out, nice and flat. And pin here and pin here. And then we're going to do exactly the same with the other side. This is what gives you that nice little bit of structure. This is part of it. When you've got when you get a tote bag that's just a flat front and back that don't have these box corners, that's where this gives it the more totally tote, because it's got a bit more structure. But do you know what? If you've got one of those tote bags that you get given away free, those calico ones, and you want a bit more structure, then just cut out the corners of them and do this to them. And then you get that, it means they stand up a bit better. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to sew across the corner, again using the 1 centimetre seam allowance, and I'm going to do it on both of them. Yeah, it's very good, this machine. If you're rushing, it makes a difference because I use it. There's quite a difference. When I first started using it, I was a bit slower, but now I'm getting... Now it's like, oh, I've got it now. I think this machine is the one that we have that's the fastest, or does the most stitches per minute. About the fastest. It does the most because it's a professional one. So now look, I have now got the outside of my bag, just pushing out those corners so you can see. There we go, nicely boxed. Now if I'd wadded that or foamed it, that would all be in there because you do all that sewing afterwards. The lining, which I haven't done, you do in exactly the same way, but you do that. At this point, you now need to decide, am I going to put a pocket in, and am I going to put it with a zip? Because you put that into the lining. So you just need to decide which you're going to do. Have a go. You know, if you've never done a zip before, it's only a little pocket. If it goes wrong, it's a really good thing to practice zip putting in on. So what you have to do first, if we're going to do a zip, well, actually, oh no, that's different. If we're going to do the pocket, where is it? There we go. We can decide on the zip in a little bit. So this is the pocket back, and that's what you draw the pocket hole in. Because if you think about the bag, let me show you. Just why it's called back and front. They're labelled like this, is that when you've got your bag, oh here we go, hanging up, the back of the pocket, the front of the pocket is the one with the words, and the front of the pocket is the one without the words, and the back is the one without. So you use the pocket front. It's all in the instructions. It tells you which bit's which, and there are photos. But don't, the bit with the words is not the one that you put on the cutout of the hole, because that's on the back. But it is all in there, if that sounds really confusing. Now, I've explained in the instructions about you need to draw a box on the wrong side of your pocket front, because this is what we're going to sew along, and then you pin that to one of the lining pieces. The lining pieces are exactly the same. I mean, I do tell you lining back, but they are actually the same. You have to position it down from the top edge and centrally. So I've done mine in advance. So all this, draw your pocket. I did mine in an erasable pen. You don't need to, because you will be sewing over it, but it's just a little bit easier. And then make sure it's central. Easiest way to do that is fold the lining in half, fold the pocket in half, and match them up. Now what I'm going to do, so you have these lines, you see there's an outer rectangle and then there's a central line. So I'm going to sew around the outer box, this central line, and those little V's, they're for cutting, so don't do those. Now when you come to sew these, because you're sewing on the line, I would shorten your stitch length to maybe 1.8, because you want this to be nice and strong. So just lower the needle anywhere along it and stitch. This is where you need to be stitching a little bit more slowly, because it's got to be accurate, because this is your post box. So if you've never put in a zip before like this, it's a really good place to have a go, because this is really easy. Once you've worked out, it's just a process that you follow. It's not difficult, but you can then use that for other things. So if you then wanted to put a pocket in something else, so this sort of, maybe you've got this calico tote bag, you've now boxed the bottom, you could put a pocket in it now. But it's actually a really good way of practicing. So I'm just being careful, as you can see, I'm not going super speedy. What's good is that I can actually, the machine has a speed limiter on it. Maybe that's what I need for my car. A tortoise or a hare. I think I must have been on hare that day. Oh, it was roadworks on the M5. I didn't know it said 50. You know, well, I did know, but I thought it'd finished. Anyway, now at this stage, don't press it, because if you've used an erasable pen, you don't want to press off that mark. So what we're going to do is cut along that line. Now what I do to do this is fold it in half. Get some scissors. I mean, you can use little ones, it doesn't really matter. And then just to make a little snip. You're going to be cutting through all the layers, by the way, not just through the front. So I'm going to cut all the way up to here. And then I'm going to do a little snip into there, and a little snip into there, and then turn it round. And again, and this is why you draw those lines, because although it's just a little bit easier if you can see where you're going to do it very carefully so that you snip right into the corner but not through the actual stitches. If you do the stitches by accident, just put it back under the machine and go over them. It doesn't really matter. Right, so this is the fun bit. Can take the pins out now. Give it a good press. There we go. Right, now before we press it through, to get a really neat finish, I press it open at this stage. A little bit fiddly, but you'll get a neater finish. So press these, well, you're not pressing it open because you can't, you're pressing these over to one side and turn it round. I just find that when you're doing the turning it round and making a post box, it's easier to get that neat finish if you just press those sides over. With the little points, you can just open that up and press that as well. Now, post it through. That's why it's called post box, I think. Or maybe it's because it looks like a post box. So you do this now and you think, oh, well, that's rubbish because it looks really messy and I've done it wrong. It's not going to work. But it will, because you just lay it all flat like this. Make sure that these seams are all nicely on the edge. Just pull it. It doesn't want to do it because you've turned it inside out, but it will do it. Pull it and press it, and then pull it and press it at the other edge. It just takes, so this isn't, it's not difficult. This doesn't require any particular sewing skills, just a little bit of patience. I've rolled it over so that the seam is nicely on the edge. Turn it round so that, and then I always wet my fingers actually, because if you wet your fingers and then roll, it rolls the seam onto the edge, and then you can press it. Give it a good burst of steam and then do that at the top. Now you need to check it from the other side. This is really important because, so having pressed that seam open, that's made quite a difference. So now you can press it all the way round. So at this stage now, you can decide whether or not you want to put in a zip. If you want to put in a zip, it's really easy. I've got a pink one here, just because. The best way to do that is, oh, I did bring my own glue stick, didn't I? Is you can pin it, but a glue stick, which we have got. Now, the glue sticks have been out of stock for ages, we've got them back. So it's really worth getting a glue stick for zips. So if you're not going to put the zip in, top stitch round the edge. We've got the glue sticks. Honestly, these are fantastic. What was I using for the other day? Matching up seam allowances. So for things like, if you really struggle when you're matching up like the beach hut lines and all of those, you know, when I was doing the lines between the seams and I showed you about pinning them, if you struggle with that, glue them together and you'll have them absolutely perfect and then sew over it. I use mine all the time. So if you're not putting in the zip, just top stitch around the edge. That'll make it neat and that will give you the finish that I've got on the inside of the swallows bag. No zip, but just a top stitch around the edge. But if you want to put in a zip, make sure your zip is a little bit longer, and I'll do it on here so I don't get glue on the mat. Put some little dabs of glue along the tape. If you don't have glue, you could use pins, but it just makes it easier. And we've always had, I was so pleased we were back in stock of that. Now, then lay your zip on here. Don't worry about the slider for now. In fact, if your zip is a bit longer, it's better. I'm going to make mine so that I haven't even got the metal bit, because I don't want that bit. And then just place that little opening on top. You can fiddle it about a bit to make sure all you're looking for really is that the teeth are running centrally through the little gap you've made. So that's nice and even now, isn't it? And it's easier to do without bothering about the slider or the metal bit. So now I know that that's nice and even, I'm now going to, just before I do it, I'm going to put a little pin in because I'm going to move the slider. I'll take that out afterwards because you don't really need it. I've got one of these, by the way. It's brilliant. I discovered the other day using it. When I use it when I'm when I'm sewing, is you can actually throw your pins vaguely out, and it always seems to catch them. And then, because I have pins all over the floor all the time, I just wave it over the floor like that. Picks them up. So I'm just putting that little pin in. You can do it with the slide if your zip fits exactly. Then stick it on. Then stick it on with the slider in. But I find it easier to get it right when it's on when it's all nice and flat. Right. There we go. There we go. So there's the zip all ready, and all you have to do is sew it in round the edge. I'm not going to do that because I haven't got my zip hood up, but that's really simple. You just sew it in all the way around the edge, and that is your zip done. The lining is made in exactly the same way as the outer. So once you've got your zip in, oh, I've forgotten the last bit. Once you've got your zip in, this is really important, or your zip knot in, you need to put the other side of your pocket on. I nearly forgot that. We'd have had a half a pocket. So with the pocket, once your zip is in or not, I'll take it off for now. Just sew it really slowly, your top stitch will be fine. Put the other side of the pocket, right sides together with that side of the pocket, and then we're going to sew it together all the way around. So that's, now you can see, when you see it first of all, because I got very confused which was the pocket front and which is the back, you realise that the pocket back is the bit with the picture on and secret things. But you see, once you've done this on this bag and you've learnt how to do this, you can then put pockets on other things. I'm just going to pin it all the way around, just match it around the edges. So what we're going to do is, I've got just enough time. I'm going to sew it all the way round, but what you mustn't do is sew through the lining at all, because it would look really messy. There we go. So I'm going to sew all the way round, but you have to, you'll see as I go along, you have to pick it up out of the way so that you don't sew into the lining. So when you start, make sure the lining is out of the way. So just be careful as you're going that you make sure the lining's folded out the way. If you do catch the lining, just unpick it, because you really don't want to see the pocket. It's supposed to be a secret pocket anyway. So when you get to this side, just make sure the lining is folded out of the way. You see, I'm not worrying too much about my seam allowance being perfectly accurate either here, because it's just the inside pocket. The most important thing to remember is don't sew through the lining. So when you finish now, you can see you've got the lining, you've got a pocket. That one doesn't have the zip, I took it off, but you would have had, if I'd sewn the zip, you'd have just had the zip there, and then you've got the pocket there. So that's how it's done. You sew the lining front and back together, box the corners in exactly the same way, but you leave a gap at the bottom so you can turn it inside out. I've made the handles in advance. Really simple. Again, they're just sewn as a strip right sides together and top stitch. If you want them to have a little bit more structure, you could put wadding inside them. You could thread webbing through them and then sew them. But I have to say, when you look at, like with the swallow one, they're fine. You know, it's just if you want them a bit more solid, but then wadding works quite nicely, or an extra piece of fabric. So you make those in advance, you sew it together. It's really simple. And then all of the instructions for the zip purse are all in there. You've even got the little zip tabs that you sew to the ends of your zips, because that's the neatest and cleanest way. If you often see, again, this is a good thing to be able to see, is that you often see when you put a zip in the top of a zip case, if you don't have these little tabs, then the edge of the zip goes into the seam and it never looks quite as neat. But by having the little tabs, then you get that neat finish, you get the nice edge. It's really simple to do, and you know, there we go. So have we got swallows left? We have got some. We've only got swallows. We've got what? Ben's laughing now. Right, but unfortunately we've got more people that have swallows in baskets than we have in stock. The hot air balloons and the beach huts have gone. I'm really sorry about that. We should have made more. Never mind. We'll have a word. We'll have a word, and we will let you know when we get them back. If you are, if you go onto the MMH website, then if you sign up, well, you just join us. You don't have to do anything. If you sign up to join us, then you will be part of our newsletter. You also get sent a free pattern, and then we will let you know when they're back in stock, because we let people know all the time when we're on air, when we're back in stock. And if you sign up, you get a free pattern as well. Anyway, thanks for that. I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time. Sandy is going to be making, let me show you, these fantastic Hunter Star cushions. Now, we've got the make it yourself in patchwork, which is a lovely thing to do. It's a really nice block to make. Or we've got the super cheap, printed already for you, just quilt it. If you've never quilted before, if you're a bit like, oh, I make cushions, I don't want to quilt them, Sandy is going to show you in detail how to do it for beginners. So it's going to be a really nice how. I will see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek, low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die-cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini, the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So it's all about the Hunter Star cushion. Now I love the Hunter Star blocks, one of my favourite, because it's really, really clever. I'm going to show you, we've got two colourways for you. It's a really clever block. When you unpick the block, as in not actually unpick it, because that would be a shame. When you take it apart and you see how it works, it's really clever. It's basically half square triangles joined together into one block, and it's actually quite hard from here to see. You'll see it when Sandy shows you. One block that's joined to another block, and then it's the corners of the blocks that create the star. Amazing. Anyway, it's beautiful. Now we have got various kits for you, but in 2 colourways. So we've got this lovely, is it rainbow colourway, gorgeous. And we have the black and white colourway. Now you have to choose whether you go for the panel where it's already printed and you don't need to do any patchwork, or whether you go for the panel where you do the patchwork. So it's a choice. So we'll start with this one. Now this is the cheaty version, shouldn't say that, but this is the pre-printed version. And then this is the back, and the fabric comes with the back, doesn't it? Look.
All that fabric came on the panel.
All of that fabric came on the panel. All of it. So Sandy's done a little bit of her own thing on it. Look, she's put a lovely border piece here. Nice bit of decorative stitching.
Yes.
And ties. Now you could just do an envelope back, or you could put a zip in, but isn't that lovely? So this one is $14.99. Let me show you the panel for it. Got to get the right panel. So obviously with this one, it's just the panel. But you get, look at this, it's so clever, isn't it? Looks like you've done it yourself. So there's the cushion front. And what's nice about this, I think that's clever, is that the 1/4 inch seam allowance, oh, you want me to see, I forgot, no camera. Do you know, one day I'll remember that, I haven't been this very long. You see the 1/4 inch seam allowance has been printed on here, so that when you sew it, you won't lose any fabric, well, you won't lose the print. So you cut it out on the outside, and then you sew along on the inside, and then you get your exact 1/4 inch. I think that's really nice. And it does mean if a little bit of that goes into it, it doesn't matter too much, because if you don't sew it exactly 1/4 inch, here's the cushion back, which is big enough for the cushion front. Oh yeah. I've spent a whole hour on overhead, and I've forgotten now. I've actually got it upside down as well. I've got it very quickly. And then these pieces, so what are these intended for, these pieces?
Just for decorative, really, I think.
So, but you went ties?
I did. I thought ties, and I also used it, I joined it together for the bit on the back.
Oh, so for the border?
So, yeah, so the border. Yep.
This piece here was this piece here.
So I cut it into 2 and joined it in
and
the
then
middle.
you made the ties from that. So, or you could just put a zip in the bottom of the cushion if you want to make it a bit simpler. And then you've got some other little stars. So that's all on there. So to make this complete cushion, then all you do is you put your wadding behind it, you quilt it, and it looks like you've pieced it yourself. So that's $14.99. I think that's genius. Also, sometimes you want to, I mean, I love both versions, because sometimes you want to be able to do the piecing, you want to create it. It does look slightly different, obviously, if you do it. Oh, that's so wise, Ben. Sometimes it's about the journey, and sometimes it's about the destination. Absolutely. It just depends what day you're on. And sometimes it's about the destination and the journey. So that is the rainbow one. Now we've got exactly the same thing in monochrome. So let me show you that one, where Sandy's really gone to town on this one. Hang on, I'm upside down. Look at this one. So we've got you've used is that the embroidery machine?
No, that was just the stitches on one of the machines that I've got.
Oh, okay.
And then we've sort of padded some little leaves out.
Padded
and
some.
Sewn that
Look, so
over
it's like
the top.
3D. And little gems. And then you've used some of the decorative stitches to go around the edge.
Yes, all around the edges.
So this look, I mean, you wouldn't know this wasn't pieced.
No, you wouldn't at all.
It's beautiful, isn't it? And there's the back. Look at the back. So this time she's used these extra pieces to put the edge on, but buttons. Oh, it's so neat, so neat. And it even comes with labels.
That's what I use the embroidery machine on.
And Sandy actually has her own embroidery machine, which is the same as ours.
Yes,
and
the brother
she
the
used
same.
the label, because the labels come on the panels, so she's embroidered, handmade by, and that's so neat. Wow.
So I just put a bit of interfacing on the back of the handmade. There you go. Here they are. So on the handmade panels.
Oh, let me see.
And then I had a play with my sewing machine. So I've done those 2, and there's another one.
Let me show you. So this is, I haven't seen what you do with it.
There we go.
Kat's going to give it to me now. It's all right if they see you. She's like, oh, I don't want to be on there. So you've done this with the Brother Sewing Machine?
Yes, yeah.
Wow.
The Brother Embroidery Machine, yes, yeah.
So can we, actually, can you come over here? Because I wanted to see them. Because we need to get on, because we haven't got an overhead. They are gorgeous.
So I just backed each of them with a bit of interfacing.
Yes.
And then I stuck them onto a white piece of material that I had with the stick and bond. Put that on the small frame that goes into your embroidery machine.
Yes.
And then so that's in the middle of your frame, and then set up the different stitches. So I've got...
You've got that one and that one.
And then my family comforts.
It's so neat though, isn't it?
Yes, and takes minutes to do. And it's lovely because if you're doing them for craft fairs or anything like that, you can you've got your own little handmade labels on them as well. So
you can make your own labels.
Absolutely. So I've got the bigger stitch here, yes, and that's using a variegated
and then there's
thread.
There's
one on the back of this one.
On the cushion as well.
And that's just using the plain, just a very plain embroidery thread.
Look at that. It's beautiful, isn't it?
It's
really professional.
Yes. And then you can just crimp it around the edges, and it doesn't fray because you've got your interfacing
interfacing.
And then just stitch round on.
Wow, that's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. It's such a nice touch. Yeah, but you kind of need the embroidery machine to do that, don't you?
Yes.
So the embroidery machine, it's a really good price though, $5.99, isn't it?
Well, I was thinking of just writing them on at first. I thought, do I write my name on it? And I thought, no, I'm going to use the embroidery machine. And it was so simple and so easy to do. And you've got about, I think, 6 different fonts on there.
Oh, okay.
So you can use different fonts. I mean, you can see I can fit 2 lines on it. So if you wanted to put, a company name or just your name, whatever.
It's even got Disney presets on it, hasn't it?
So you could put a little heart on it, or a little Disney princess.
A Disney princess as well.
Made by a Disney princess.
And if you get the machine, the embroidery machine at the moment, you get for free the stabilizer set, which is fab. You get about a 12 by different sizes, 12 by 24, 12 by 16, about that size piece of all of those stabilizers. So if you haven't used stabilizers before, you don't know which one's for which, because you're getting a small piece of each. Perfect for the embroidery machine. You can have a go at which ones you need for which. So that comes free with it. So it's £599. We can do that on split pay, 3 equal payments of £199.66. That's interest free. So it's not going to cost you any more, but it's a way of spreading the payments, and then the embroidery machine will be sent to you straight away. But if you fancy the embroidery machine, I've never seen the lettering with it. A little bit taken by that now.
Oh, it's great. You'll use it for so much as well. It's fab.
So this is the monochrome, it's called geometric, the monochrome version of the Hunter's Star. Okay, have your little labels back. Take your labels back before I lose them in all my folder. So that's what it looks like. So it's all lovely geometric monochrome prints. So obviously this is the pre-printed one. You've got the front of the cushion. You've got the back of the cushion, and then you've got those extra fabric strips, which you can use to bind it, like Sandy has done. She's done some 3D leaves for also those points for the stars. You can use that for whatever you want, and you've got the handmade labels at the bottom. So if you've got the embroidery machine, you won't need them all for this cushion. Label them up, and they're ready for your next project. So that's $14.99. Right now, if you want to make it, do it properly. Then properly, but it's not the journey, it's the destination. Or is it the other way around? Yes. So if you're after the journey, not the destination. Although with this one you get the journey and the destination. This one, now this is great. This has got all the pieces you need. Now this is what Sandy's going to be showing us how to do, exactly how to make this. So you've got the cushion back in exactly the same way as the other one. But here's all the fabric pieces you need to create it yourself. It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yes. Beautiful colours on it.
Absolutely gorgeous. So there it is. There's the panel. And you get the instructions as two. I can't see that. So it's $17.99. Aren't the prints lovely? They're so pretty.
It's a lovely
Really
fabric
pretty.
as well. It's a nice.
It is a nice fabric, but they're really pretty on there. I love
Yeah.
the shades. I like that tealy one with pink.
I like.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? So that will make the same as this one, but obviously made properly. Made properly.
Are you saying I didn't make it properly?
Made properly, yes. Made in pieces. Made in pieces.
Lots of pieces.
That's $17.99, and you've got the cushion back, obviously, and you've got even more labels with this one.
Coloured labels, yeah.
Coloured labels. It's all there. And then if you want to do the geometric monochrome one, here's the panel for that one, $17.99. Oh, there we go. So all the pieces, but you know, this is such good value for money because what you're getting is all of these pieces. Now, if you wanted to source those yourself, unless you had them all in your scrap, you'd never be able to buy these small pieces because they all do need to blend together and work together, because what happens is each block, it's the corners of the blocks that make the stars, so the colours do need to work together. So by having all of these different colours and prints, well, on this one, the monochrome, it would be almost impossible to get this number yourself without buying
it's
bigger
so handy
quantities.
because you've got it all there. You've got the right size
Yes.
and everything,
And you've got you've got more labels on that one.
Yeah.
Right, so that's that kit, $17.99. So you just need to choose. So where do we start then?
Right.
Cutting out.
Yes.
Cutting out.
Right. Now you do need to keep looking at your pattern because
Yeah,
even though
instructions are
it's
important.
quite an easy block to do, you need to just get it in the right order.
Okay.
So I'd always say check it and check it again before you sew up, because the sizes are very tiny.
Right.
So unpicking them are a nightmare. So I don't advise them. So please check your pattern and check again. So as we said, with the panel, you'd cut out. So you cut out first of all the back panel. So you've
Okay.
got that.
Put
Then
that to one side before you cut into
that's
it.
right, yes, yeah, absolutely. So keep it to one side. Then you cut out all the 16 panels altogether, and you do need all 16.
Okay.
There isn't any room for error in them. So make sure again, is it check twice, cut once, to make sure
Yeah,
you get
yes.
it right. So I've cut most of them, but I'll just cut one more, see if we can get it right. And so with your rotary cutter, you need to do 2 3.5-inch squares
Right.
and 1 3-inch square. So they're just a little bit longer, so line it up with your 3.5, then turn it, or you could turn the mat, couldn't you? And so that's your first 3.5-inch square. Then you want your second.
So and you do this from each of the same
So
ones.
with each of,
that's
so with
fine
all
then.
16, I was
cut.
just going to cut up one, and just to show you what you've got left.
I guess if you cut them all together as well, you kind of.
I cut them all together.
Because
So
then you
this-
sort of don't forget, do you?
You don't, because you're thinking, right, 2 3.5s, not 2 3s.
Yes,
and if
yeah.
you do cut 2 3s, you've then not got enough material. So
No.
you do need to make sure you've cut it right. So then you've got a 3-inch square, just your 3. Whoops. Have a look here. There we go. So your 3-inch square as well. So you need 1 3 and 2 3.5s. There we go. So you're not left with very much. But again, keep those because you never know.
Go
when
on,
they
yeah,
come in
keep those and post them to Sandy, her addresses.
Or don't.
She loves all the pieces.
I do. So I've cut all those out. So you've got all those cut out.
Right.
Then you need to do it in. Oh, bless you. You need to do it in the cream as well. So I think they come. We need some cream squares as well to go with this
Okay.
one. So, yeah.
You do. You
So
need
we need
16
it-
3-inch.
Or whatever colour you want, really.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Well,
with-
you need
with
half a
plain.
metre of plain fabric for
So
this.
it's not very much, really.
So it can
And
be
again,
white. Well, it can be whatever you like,
You
really.
could use white, cream.
It just kind of
very
needs
pale.
to show up.
Yes, definitely. So we've got like a very pale, almost like clotted cream colour. Would you
I mean,
call it?
I've seen them done the other way round, where the plain fabric is dark, but then the fabric's got lighter.
Lighter.
That gives you a completely different
I
look.
bet it does. You can imagine with like a navy blue
Yeah.
colour and then some
And then
like
white.
shades. Of
Yeah, it's really lovely.
Lovely.
But once you've got the instructions, see, in your kit,
Absolutely.
you can make even more.
Yeah. And with the blocks, you could make sort of one square block and do it use it for other things as well as a cushion. So you need to cut out twice as many of the 3.5 inch squares and then 3 inch squares. So then I put them all together, so you've got them all together here. So we've got, I'll do this one because I quite like this design. So you've got your 2 squares and you match them face together with the 2 larger ones. And what I'm going to do is just sew all the way around those.
Okay.
So it's sort of blocking it all in. So if you've not done the 1/4 inch squares this way, it's, oops, wait a minute, seam last pattern. Let's see if we can start, there we go. And we're off. So again, 1/4 inch square all the way around. It's quite a nice way of doing them this way because they are quite small. Oops. And you actually don't have to be, oops, why is that not working? Oh, sorry, my machine's gone. It's the only trouble with it says remove foot control. I'm going to remove the foot control and try if I can.
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Was it not working?
It's fine.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, it's all good now.
Yep. I think. There we go. Sorry. I'm just getting used to this machine again. Right. Going all the way around. I can sew, honestly. You just get so used to your machine.
I mean, and I've had mine for over a month now, and I still reverting to things that the other one did. It takes ages.
It does. I'll see if I can do this one any quicker.
Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. It makes it more real.
We're actually using it now without the foot control on it,
okay.
So you can use it either way. So it's quite nice, especially if you're standing up.
Well, yes, and also
just do it without
a
the
lot
foot
of people
control.
who maybe people who are in wheelchairs who don't
Absolutely.
who want to be able to sew and you can't use a foot pedal. It's fantastic.
Or if you've got
that
problem
choice.
with your feet,
Yeah.
you know.
Or some people like sewing sitting on the floor, which I find strange,
Really?
but you would need
to be able to do this.
Well,
yes,
I've done that before, and I can't think why. Maybe I've taken my sewing machine to something to sew it because it's been easier, and I've had it on the floor, and I can't remember why.
I've never sewn on the floor, but I don't usually have shoes on, so it's harder when I've got shoes on to sew. So using the hand one is
well, it's
really
just
good.
it's one
And
of those things you don't realise you need the option until you get it.
And you can slow it down as well. So that's really good.
Yeah, and I like that.
As I was saying, you don't have to be as accurate with the 1/4 inch round on these because you're going to be cutting these squares even smaller in a minute. So what we do is we then use ruler across, and I would go more with the corner of where your stitching is than the actual corner. It should be almost the same, but try to go corner to corner with the stitching, and we're going to cut that. Does my map swivel? No.
Oh, it's probably locked.
It's locked. I should have checked that, shouldn't I, before I started this, which is why it's ideal to have a turning mat.
It's nice to have a turning mat, but you have to remember to unlock it.
And then again, corner to corner.
Okay.
So that gives you 4 little triangles. And then we'll do it on the other one as well, before I show you what we do with them.
So this is a nice quick way of doing 4 half square triangles in one go.
There we go. Then I'll have to bring my ironing mat over. So when you've got these, if you just press all these out, you've got your half square triangles. Or is it 1/4 square triangles? There we go.
Lovely.
And it makes them really neat as well, because they're quite small. If you'd tried sewing those together.
Yes, they would. Well, and also when you start biasing, everything gets a bit distorted, doesn't it? And
so again, we're pressing them rather than ironing them too much. Take them up to the corner.
Okay.
And then, oops, thought I'd lost that one then. And then we need to cut these down, so I'll just iron these through.
So which is most popular at the moment, Ben? The journey or the destination? Oh, the destination is winning.
It's quite nice because if you've got both of them in...
But it's quite tight though.
Is it?
So yeah, it's not a walkover.
You see, I think you need to go for both, because if you've got both panels in, if you've got a birthday or something like that coming up, you think, oh, I can do a cheap one.
Yeah.
All you need to do is sort of sew some nice embroidery stitches around it. That one's got little seed pearls on it. The other one's got little buttons on it, which you've got in your stash anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
So there's lots that you can do with that in quite a short time.
But it is a really pleasing pattern to create,
if you want
isn't
to
it?
sit down and do something beautiful, it's lovely to have
And
this
also,
panel
I think
in
once
too.
you've learned how to do it, because for £17.99 you're getting all the panel and the instructions, you can then use those instructions, use your stash, because it's only little pieces. You know, each of these 16 pieces isn't very big. You can make a whole quilt.
Oh gosh, yes.
And it is stunning, because each piece is not very big. Yeah, like 10.5 by 4-ish. So it will be a wonderful way of using up all your, particularly if you've bought something like, you know, a fabric collection. So if you've bought you know, a fat quarter bundle, or if you bought half metre of something, because it's nice. It does kind of need to. It doesn't all need to be the same colour, but it needs to be the same sort of range, so it tones together.
The fabric scraps that you had in before with the jelly rolls,
yes,
they'd be ideal for it, because it's oh no, because they're,
they
they're
wouldn't
2.5
be wide enough.
Yeah, forget that. Sorry.
But it needs to hang together. It doesn't need to be the same
yeah.
colours, but it's good if you've bought a fabric collection. But I always think it's nice with this when you get instructions where you think, well, I could use that again.
Absolutely.
To make a whole quilt.
Yeah. Or make less and do something with just a square.
Just one, yeah.
Because
you actually only need 4 blocks to create.
There you go.
One,
those are the blocks that have been made already.
to make one star.
Yeah, so these are the blocks that we're making.
Which look like, how is that going to work?
This is it. You do look at it,
and you think, oh dear.
Yeah, but then when you start putting them, you can see half a star
That's why I love
there,
Hunter Star.
half a star here.
It's like,
I think when I did the first one, I thought that's never going to work. I think I've done it wrong somewhere down the line.
Trust the process.
That's right. So what I'm doing now, it will take a little. This is probably the hardest part of it. We're cutting them down to 1 7/8 of an inch. These squares, and you need that diagonal to be in the middle. So if you've got a ruler with a diagonal on it, it makes it quite easy to just go round. Just go round and make sure you cut that little bunny ear off at the side. I tend to start with one of the bunny ears up in the left hand corner, take it across your top bit 1 7/8 and cut that bit off. Oops. I don't think my rotary cutter likes it. Every time it goes on the telly it doesn't cut properly. There we go. Then turn it, so you just keep turning it, and then if you do the 1 7/8 again and make sure that your diagonal line is across that diagonal line there, and then cut it. And then if you just keep turning it all 4, that one shouldn't need to be cut. And then the last one you do, and you're just taking off your little bunny ear there. And literally this is what we're doing with all 8, and then I'll show you how to put them all together.
Okay, so we'll just run through the kits again just while Sandy's doing that. So if you want the rainbow one in the let's go for the piece version, because that's the one that Sandy's doing, £17.99. You get the bundle, the printed panel, upside down, which has got all the pieces you need. You will need 1/2 metre of plain fabric as well for this, but it can be any plain, any one you want. I mean, you could go for a pale pink or a pale blue, a pastel, a cream, a white, an ivory. Calico would look really good. Love calico with this kind of thing. Message Hi lovely ladies, I've just bought this kit. I'm taking the journey. Yay!
Good, brilliant.
I make bears, so this will be a change for me. Love your demos, Sally from Jo.
Hi Jo, lovely to start. Thank you, my love. She's lovely. Jo's lovely.
Sandy makes bears. She is Mrs. Bear. And she's from the West Midlands. And she's taking the journey. Brilliant.
Good
We love
on
the
you,
journey.
Jo. Good on you.
Well done. So there you go. You've got cushion back. You've got all the labels. You've got the 16 pieces. You just need half a metre of plain fabric because you get the full instructions as well. Now the instructions tell you how to make the hunter star and how to make the cushion cover. There's a layout diagram. There's a full picture there. So that's all there. If you fancy making the, it's called geometric, but it's the black and white version. You want to go on a monochrome journey.
Do you want to show that one there?
Oh yes, shall I show you what it looks like when it's done? That's it. That's when it's done, before it's been quilted, which we're going to be talking about in a minute. So that's it before it's quilted. See, it does look a bit different. I mean, we could show them together. So if you want to know what the difference is, I mean, obviously do remember that Sandy has embellished it with 3D ornaments and all sorts of baubles and sequins. But that's what it looks like if you've pieced it on the journey. And that's what it looks like if you haven't on the destination. So, you know, it does look more it does look pieced. You can tell it's been pieced, but with this one, particularly if you quilt it, it's hard to know. So it really is a personal choice. Nobody would know that you hadn't, only you.
Absolutely.
So that's up to you.
Whether you want a quick one, if you only got half a day, or
yes,
you want to really sit down and do some nice quilting.
So you've cut them all out, trimmed them all.
Cut them all out. So we've got 8 1 7/8 inch squares. Then follow number 5 on your pattern. So you need to have 2 facing the same way, 3 facing the same way, and then your 4th one is turned round, and that's the bit that makes the star there.
Okay.
Then do the bottom bit here. So you've got 2 again facing the same way, 3 facing the same way, and the other one facing up. So they're sort of almost opposite. And again, just check your pattern, check here, you got it right. Then you're going to sew the adjacent ones to each other. So if we take these, and again I just put a little clip in them, because you only just need something to just hold them, and then we can piece these together. So it starts getting a bit easier from here on in. As I say, I think the hardest bit is just cutting them all into these tiny little squares. By the way, I didn't save those little scraps, sadly.
Oh, really? Just so what you could have done with them.
I could probably have done some confetti quilting with them.
I know,
really,
I couldn't. I don't keep all of those things.
I was tempted. I am bad at keeping
I just don't. I don't know what I'd do with them.
I used to do a lot of card making as well, and so I always used to keep all sorts of little bits because you thought that'll go on a card.
The problem is that I've got my sewing room is so full, I just can't get any more in it, so I've got to get rid of things, which is really painful.
It is.
But then it's just overflowing and I couldn't cope.
I tidy mine out once and go, right, I'm really going to get rid of it. And I'm lucky if I get half a carrier
bag. I'd stuff under the table. I could barely under the table and it. And I have had a really big clear out and it's so much better. I feel like I can breathe in there.
Really?
But it took me a whole week. It was painful.
I'm just doing it quite slowly because they are small. And then again, just piecing them together.
Okay.
It's quite good if you just hold the start stop in, it just slows it down a bit.
Okay.
Which is quite good. So it gives you time to sort
get
of get along and get the next one ready for yourself. Oops. So we're just on to the last one here. There we go. So you've got them all together. So, and again, the beauty of planing them is they should all be in the right order, but I will just check them all again. And try and cut it. I know it sounds finicky, but if you cut off all the little bits, because they're so small, if you get lots of bits of thread in there, it becomes quite messy. So try and keep them quite neat. So then we'll iron them open. So I'll bring my iron over. So if you like working with tiny bits of material, this is great.
Yeah.
For all those little bits that we've got left over.
Well, that's true. Yeah. It's a scrap busting project after you've bought because you got the instructions.
Absolutely, there we go. And they look so sweet. I mean, that's a lovely colour. I like that sort of. It's not mustard. I suppose, is it French mustard?
Well, it's rainbow, but it's like a pretty rainbow, isn't it? It's not sort of a primary brights rainbow. It's sort of a pretty subtle rainbow.
It is. I think the colours are lovely on it. And again, especially with these, try pressing them more than ironing them, because we don't want these to get out of shape too much. And I am doing them quite quickly, obviously, so we can do them now, but maybe take a little bit more time with them. There we go. So when I put them back on my mat, I'm going to just check that they've actually turned upside down. So we need those two there, and then just wonder how they can turn the wrong way. There we go. That one there, those two there. So it is always good to just check that they are the right order, because if they're not, it just won't work.
Well, I do that when I do a pinwheel. I go left, right, left, right.
Yes, yeah. And even when you're putting them together, make sure you got plain patterned together. And again, like we were saying before, if you took a photo of it before you actually pin them together, you can look at it and think, yeah, that looks right. That really doesn't. And it's much easier to change it then than when you've sewn it all up.
Yeah, good point.
So with these, you're then making 2 baby blocks. So we're going to pin these 2 together, and again, just make sure that that seam is together. That's why I clip it and then hold it out, and you've got your seam because you've got the point in the middle. And then these 2 together. Bring this one down.
The journey panel is really useful and great value, even if you don't want to make the cushion. Yeah, true.
Absolutely.
From Jane in Staffordshire.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm like that. It is a tricky one, isn't it? The journey or the destination. Oh. Do you know, I think we have it like within us. We go, oh no, that's cheating, but it's ridiculous, isn't it? Because the time that you don't spend piecing, you can spend quilting it or using all those fab stitches, or but it doesn't really matter.
Stop.
Oh, they're just making me laugh. It's Ben. You see, I've got 2 boys. When you get the 2 boys in, they make you laugh.
Now then,
they are rotters. They say things and they make me laugh.
That one just caught in, so I'm just going to unpick that slightly there and see if I can. Don't worry about it, just unpick that little bit. There. Oops. Not doing very well here. There we go.
Well, I guess the thing is, you've only got to make 16 of these blocks, haven't you?
Absolutely,
so it's you can sort of spend a bit of time getting them right, and it is actually a really nice thing to do. When I first made one, I thought I really enjoy that. That's just a really pleasurable thing to do.
It's very relaxing. You're not on telly doing them.
No, I know, but it isn't, and it is so clever when it all comes together.
Right. Yes. Oh, I couldn't believe it. When you're looking at it, thinking, no, that will definitely not make it, but then you're looking at it, thinking,
it did. Yeah.
It's really good. Right, there we go. So
there's a really good ABBA song that's got to do with the journey and the destination. Wish I could remember. Can you play that one to yourself, Ben? It's
Which one?
What do you mean, who's ABBA?
Who's ABBA? How old is he?
He said he was joking.
Oh, good. That's okay then.
Who's ABBA? Well, anyway, they had a song. It's not the journey, it's the destination.
That's right, yes.
Well, I'm sorry, I don't agree. It just depends what mood you're in.
It does. Again, it does depend on what mood you're in, because sometimes if you're sort of like a bit strung out, you don't want to be making these, but if you're a bit chilled, you think, yeah, I'm going to do that. It'd be a lovely afternoon.
Yeah, this is a kind of a nice way to go, right, afternoon, no one's around, no one's going to speak to me.
This is it. You don't want anybody to talk to you when you're doing
conversations yesterday with ladies at the quilt show about that. Get out of my room. Out.
You need a sign on it, don't you? Yes.
Out.
Stay out, quilting in progress. Right, so you've got these two. Now you need to again check which way you've got them. There we go. So that's the bottom one. So that must be the top one. So you've got your two. Now the smaller squares come into play.
Yeah, then it's just plain squares. Yay.
This is it, yes. So we've turn over and we've got a plain square at the top and one at the bottom. Then you do actually have to change them round. So this one comes down to the bottom and we have done those right, haven't we?
I'm sure you have. You probably just not put it in the right order. Showing a slight panic now.
I know, yeah.
I told you I unpicked loads of mine when I did them.
Oh, I know. No, they're not. They're not right. They're not right. Should we show? I'll unpick these. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll just unpick those. Yourselves.
You unpick them. I know, but like you say, it is. You do it. You will be lucky if you get through the whole. Unless you're really, really, really super careful.
That's right.
I'm not doing it on telly. Poor Sandra.
I know.
Honestly,
This is it. Yes.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
You won't. No, if you follow it, it will work.
It will
You just have to follow
honestly,
it.
Yes.
But don't talk to someone else at the same time, or try and show someone at the same time. So we did the journey, didn't we? So let's do the destination now.
Yes.
So for the rainbow one, the rainbow destination. I got it upside down again. No, I haven't actually. I've got it in the right way, this one. So there's the cushion front. It's all made for you. It's fab, isn't it? You just add the quilting lines yourself. Oh, they are. They're even, actually. Yeah. Get both, then see how you feel.
And if you've got both, you can copy the pattern.
Yeah, and if you've got both, you can just copy the pattern.
Which is much easier.
It's so pretty, isn't it?
It really
because
is.
it's rainbow, but not your super bright. It's just pretty rainbow. So that's that one. And obviously you don't get instructions with that. You don't need instructions because you just quilt it. We'll talk about that in a minute. If we do 5 more minutes of making, then we can talk about that.
Yeah. If you just bear with me, I won't be a second.
Who's wearing trousers? John Scott's wearing trousers. Why did you think he was wearing his shorts? Oh, I think because we hoped he was wearing his shorts because he was mean about Delphine and said, has she forgotten her skirt?
Oh.
But she had shorts on. She had shorts on yesterday. She looked lovely. She's got great legs. I was very envious. Great legs. This is the geometric one. It's called Geometria, but it's monochrome. So that's what it looks like. Ben, how do you know John Scott's wearing shorts, trousers?
He's got pictures from the show.
Like, that's just got a feeling.
He's got a feeling.
He's probably gone a bit formal because he's got to meet all his public. I know he doesn't want to be in his shorts. Right, so there's that one. Obviously, remember you get these pieces down the side because you can use them. Well, if you want to keep it really simple and really quick, just sew the two together. Just put a zip in the bottom seam. But there are the other fabric pieces that you can use if you want to do the 2 panels, and you can do them with ties or buttons. I'd go ties. I like the ties version. I think that's really pretty. It doesn't matter which way around you have it then. But you can, as I say, you can just put a zip in the bottom to make it even quicker. Now they don't have instructions with them. Oh, actually, we also have the plain fabric here. So if you're getting the journey, we used we've got white and ivory here. So if you want 1/2 metre of white, we've got that because that's all you need, just 1/2 metre.
Yeah, you don't need much.
There we go, £3.79. So if you haven't got any plain fabric and you need that and you're buying the journey one, for white, £3.79 for 1/2 metre. For ivory, so I would say probably definitely go white with the monochrome because it is very black white. With the rainbow one, I think ivory would be a bit softer. You could go white, but ivory probably a bit softer. That's that one there. So you just need 1/2 metre. They're not in the kit because I know lots of you have got the plain fabric, but if you do need it, that's it there. And we do have zips as well. Yeah. So if you need a zip, if you want to just pop a zip in the bottom of your cushion, rather than doing the ties or whatever, we have got the zip here. Have you got that one, Ben? He's looking for it. He's lost his zip. And this is the right size as well. £2.49 if you need a zip to put in the bottom of your cushion for an even quicker finish. How are we going? Have you fixed it?
I think so.
That's like as if by magic, isn't it?
I know it is, isn't it?
But it is.
Think this one's...
You see, it's not good if you're trying to explain things at the same time.
No, there we go, yes. There.
Fab.
I think that's right. So now we need to take the top one and put it here with the bottom. So you've got the 2 triangles next to the print.
Yeah, just follow the picture.
Yeah. So if you just
follow the picture.
Yes. And then again, just do a 1/4 inch. As I say, lock yourself away in a room and do it quietly and you'll be fine.
Oh yeah, but I don't know. I mean, even then I do stuff all the time where I send linings the wrong way round and go, I cannot believe I've just done. What did I do the other day? And I was like, it took me ages to unpick it. I'd done it instead of right sides together. I'd done one right side, one wrong side. I've done this so many times. There was nothing disturbing me. I had the radio on, but and you just, when you go, oh no. Why did I do it? Just...
Thank God for seam rippers, that's all I can say.
But we all have that, don't we?
Always have a good seam ripper
Yvonne says,
on
can
hand.
you show the cushions again? Okay. Which ones? Well, I will show them all. Do you want to see? Yvonne wanted to see the cushions again. But I'll just show, maybe she might have messaged in just before I showed them. We will show them again at the end.
So I've sewn the white or the plain with the 2 plain and the printed with the 2 printed. Then you've got them that way round. So again, check on the back here. So you've got one like that and you can see your start of your star there and you can see your start of your star there. So then you would sew those together.
Okay.
Okay. And again, you could use the trick that I did on the last hour where we put the pins onto the 1/4 to get the points really right. Since I made a mess of that bit, I won't be doing those. I'll just do it very quickly and then sew it up for you. Have you got any tips for me going to the show tomorrow, Bex?
Take your own water, it's quite expensive. No, it was actually. Yeah, why is water so expensive? It's ridiculous.
It's crazy, isn't
Make
it?
sure you don't forget to pay for your parking. Buy your parking online, it's cheaper.
Done that. Yeah, we're there.
I forgot to pay for mine until I got to the car. Then I had to walk all the way back, then realised you could do it online. Luckily I bumped into Kerry from Living in Loveliness who said you can do it online, otherwise I'll have walked all the way back to the hall.
We've got that sorted.
Have a large shopping bag.
I've got 2 large shopping bags. Only one. I've got 2.
And they have also a really good gin bar.
Now you talk.
And they have all these different flavoured gins.
I love a flavoured
And one of the
gin.
ladies who visited me on the stand, she said, I can't remember even what day it is. She goes, but then I've been to the gin bar. I went, where? She said, but I've got a 2-hour coach ride home, so my husband will never know.
If I take my husband there, he won't know how much I'm spending then.
No, it's a very nice gin bar as well.
Is it?
Really posh
Did you
with all
try
these
one?
flavours. No, I didn't actually.
What's your favourite gin?
Rhubarb and ginger,
I
always.
like rhubarb, yeah.
But no, I had to drive home, so I thought best not.
Right, so I'm going to go and do a course as well tomorrow.
Nice. On what?
Swirls and sequins.
Oh, nice.
Because I think no matter what age you are, you can still learn things.
Yes, well, always.
And I love
Especially swirls
doing
and
a
sequins.
face-to-face class as well.
Yeah, no, I love a face-to-face class.
I mean, when I started sewing, there was no such thing as YouTube or anything like that.
No.
So literally you had to try
Oh,
and
I
either
love a
read
class.
up. But now you can look up YouTube and all sorts of things to
I went
to
on a
do.
3-day class about 5 years ago with Poppy Treffy and machine embroidery, and yesterday I bumped into one of the women who was on it with me and we were like, oh, what's the chances? Because it was a 3-day, so we got to know each other really well.
And
she
you
was there.
also pick up hints and tips from the people that you're there
It
with
was
as
so
well,
nice
don't
to
you?
see her because she lives in Ireland as well, so
Oh,
what were the
really?
chances? And there she was.
Oh, how lovely.
I know.
I think it's just so nice. Right. So I've done these, and then all we need to do then, I did 2, 3 earlier. And so then literally you just sew these together. So you start off, so you've got a lovely diagram on the back. So you start off with this one, so you've got your quarter star there. Then you would go into, is that right? So there, quarter square, quarter star with the print. Then you go into the plain, and so you've got your half star at the bottom there. Then at the top you would need another part of the star, so you've got a half star at the top there, and then you'd need a print at the bottom. Is that one right there? No, have I done it right?
Yeah, that's if you're doing the row, but if you do it so you can see a star.
Yes.
If you get those, because all the blocks are the same.
Yes, there you go.
There you go. I mean, that I just think is the cleverest thing, isn't it, with Under Star?
Suddenly finding
is that
it together.
Those blocks are all exactly the same, but by rotating them, you get a star.
It's amazing.
It is amazing. I think it is amazing.
Yeah. And you've got lovely colours to go with.
And even though, like here, you've got the edges of stars, you don't really notice that, do you?
No, not at all. No.
And they become the next one anyway.
Yeah. And then you can embroider on those as well, so that it sort of shows
you sew
up a
those
bit
together.
more.
So you sew those all together, and then
you and
so let's talk about the cushion. How it could be, because obviously there aren't instructions with it to make the cushion back. So now you can do this with whichever panel you buy.
Yes, absolutely.
Let me take that out of the way for you.
Yeah, thank you. So with this one, if you get your back panel, again, just cut it to the size that it is. It's quite simple. And then I cut it about 3/4 at the way down. And the only extra I used was I had a little bit of white material, but if you've got the cream from that you've been using anyway, you can use that little bit as well. And then I like to use some of my fancy stitches on my sewing machine, because you've got so many on there, you might as well use them. And then the little tie, so we've got 2 little ties there, again using, we've got the on the block, so you've got
blocks
4
that are on the panel.
So you've got 4 panels on there, and this one you can see it's just sewn in the middle because it wasn't quite long enough, but if you sew it in the middle, it mats perfectly. And then that you just pop your cushion pad in there, so that makes a really nice different way. And again, you could use it either way then, well, really, because you could put that out if you wanted to put that out.
Yeah, that's true.
Or you could put it this way. If the cat sat on it and it's got a bit furry on that side, you could just swap it over when
it's really pretty,
you've got guests
isn't it?
coming round. Yes, yeah. So I just did the 2 ties because it just makes 2 ties up really nicely. And then again, I use the pink one. Oops, that's the right way, isn't it? Just put the pink on the bottom.
Put the pink label.
So, and then literally just sew them all together, and then pop your cushion pad inside. So that's really easy to do. And then on the other cushion, oops.
Oh yeah, well actually we can talk about we've got a few minutes to talk about the quilting.
We did the same. So again, you've got your panel. So this would be this panel here. And again, cut it about 3/4 of the way down. And then I bound it again with another bit of the panel that we had on. And then your machine does great buttonholes. So just put little, oops, I don't know if you can see, got little buttonholes there across it. And then just put some nice chunky wooden buttons on there. So again, you could use it either way around, I think.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, or you can just put a zip in the bottom if you don't want to do any of that. You want the really quick finish. Put a zip between the bottoms.
Very, very easy. And to put the zip in, you go, put that there. So with this one, so here's one I prepared earlier. So this is the one that I did, which hasn't been quilted yet, but I got the backing. Can take that one away for a second. So we've got the backing, so you've got your plain piece of backing, then you've got your wadding or your batting in the middle of it, which I normally do just slightly longer than, and I have trimmed it on this side because I was going to put a zip there, but it was the same all the way around, about 1/2 inch extra all the way around. And then I use the stick and spray. So I put down my backing material first, then I folded the batting back, sprayed it on the batting, don't spray on the material, folded it up to neaten it, and then did the same on the bottom. Then again lay your quilty bit on the top, fold it in half, spray your batting, smooth it out, lift the other half up, spray it, then smooth it out, and then give it a nice iron. and then you can start with your quilting. And again, different stitches. Why use plain boring ones when you've got lots of different stitches?
Well, yeah, because
on?
you don't need to quilt it with straight stitch, do
To
you?
be truthful, you don't need to quilt it at all if you don't want to. If you want to just
No, that's
leave
true,
it,
you don't need
you
to.
can. But then with this, I sort of started doing it, so just to show a few things that you can do.
Can we see that one? Oh, we are on overhead, sorry. Yeah, you might need to just move it up a bit.
Yeah. So
Just in
we've
the
done
middle. No, I mean move it.
Move it
So it's in the centre.
in the centre there.
That's all.
Yeah.
You don't even
So
need to lift it up.
Here we've got blanket stitching.
Yeah.
Just around this, and I use quite nice embroidery thread with it, so it's got a bit of a sheen to it.
Oh, okay. I
So you
like
can
that.
see, yeah, it's just got a nice little sheen to it.
The blanket stitch works really well.
And I thought, and it brings it out. It sort of
does.
almost pops it a little
More
bit.
than a normal straight stitch.
Yes. And then on the stars here, I used the same embroidery thread, but I just did sewed in the ditch round the stars to just make the stars stand out a little bit more. And I also thought you could do, is it Saskia stitching?
No.
The Japanese.
Oh, Shashko.
Sorry. Stitch. Stitch. And
Yeah,
and it
yes.
did a new one then, is it? So I
Well,
thought
I didn't know.
in black and sort of shadow.
Yeah, you could
shadow
actually.
stitch
Yeah,
around
because
there.
that is those squares are the background, aren't they?
Absolutely, and I just thought if you did sort of like, you could do like a little running stitch
Yeah, it'd be
just
really
along
pretty.
there in a black embroidery thread. I thought might be quite nice as well. You could sort of do a feather stitch across the
So you could.
squares
It's
there.
up to you whether you put your time into the patch with the quilting
Absolutely.
or just put the thing together.
Yeah, because on this one you can see, I mean, you could do the same on your pieced one as you can on the plain one. So here I did like a satin stitch down some of them, and then round all the stars to make the stars stand out, I did like a double blanket stitch, so it went either side of it. So it almost looks like you've hand sewn it
Yeah, no, it does
on
actually.
anyway.
It's
And then
really
just
nice.
your little padded leaves on there. And then some nice buttons. I always like a bit of bling on.
A bit of bling, It's gorgeous. Well, thank you so much, Sandy. That's great. I'll just run through the kits one last time, so then we can show. Well, we've shown you the cushions now. So if you want the rainbow journey one, this is where you actually have the panel where you make it all, and they've sold exactly the same. There we are. We obviously have 50-50 split of journeys and destinations. $17.99 you get the instructions, and you get the panel that has the back and all the pieces to make all the 100 star. You will need 1/2 metre of plain fabric as well. We have that available separately if you want it. That's the rainbow one. If you want to make the geometric monochrome one, again, it's the journey. It's all about making it. You've got all the pieces to create it. You've got the instructions. $17.99. You will need 1/2 metre of plain fabric. White is ideal with that one because I think the black and the white looks really good. If you want just are interested in the destination and you want to make the cushion with the punties already printed, that's $14.99. That doesn't come with instructions because you don't need those. It's got the cushion front pre-printed, the cushion back, and some extra fabric pieces that you can use then for part of the back or ties, or just to add to your stash if you're going to pop a zip in the bottom. $14.99 for the rainbow one. And then if you want the monochrome version, again, printed front, printed back, some extra fabric strips for whatever. $14.99, no instructions because you don't need them. And again, you don't need any extra fabric with that because it's all there. So those are the items. If you want the zip or the plain fabrics, they're all on the website. Just have a look. Thank you, Sandy. That was brilliant. Lovely working with you
very
again.
much.
Are you back with us soon?
Yes, September the 12th.
Oh, nice.
Yes, am I with you again?
I don't know. What day is September the 12th?
I think it's Monday.
Oh, well, it might be then. It might be. Can't remember, it's too far ahead.
I know,
But it
yes,
might
yeah.
possibly be.
It's not, it's only a few weeks.
Oh, is it? Oh,
Yeah, don't.
feels like too far
It feels
ahead.
like months away, doesn't it? Yeah. Lovely to work with you again.
Yeah,
Thanks.
you too.
Thank
Have a good
you.
journey home.
Thank you very much.
I will be back with you in a few minutes' time. It's the Festival of Quilts Week. We have got lots of quilt kits for you and waddings. We've got some brand new waddings. If you weren't watching yesterday, they're amazing. You know, we used to do wadding by the 1/2 metre. We do even more wadding by the 1/2 metre, so don't go anywhere. This is brilliant. We've even got bamboo. Very excited about that. I'll see you back in a couple of minutes' time.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
This is Gemini, one of the fastest, quietest electronic die cutting and embossing machines on the market. Its industry-leading high-pressure system delivers fantastic results from intricate dies and folders, all at the touch of a button. Its oversized opening and platforms provide for edge-to-edge cutting of US letter and A4 size with thin metal dies, allowing you to cut materials such as thin cardstock, vinyl, craft metal and fabric. No cranking needed, as it will move the plates through automatically and quickly, which means you may spend less time on preparation and more time on inspiration. The Gemini has optical switches, making it hands-free and fully automated, with a built-in auto-reverse function for protection. It's easy to use, so you're always in control. Its sleek low-profile design makes it a superb addition to any craft workspace. It has built-in handholds, meaning you can easily take it anywhere. The Gemini is a universal die-cutting and embossing machine that works with the majority of all leading brands of thin metal dies and embossing folders. All of the platforms that you need come included in the box, as well as a thick rubber embossing mat for intricate detail work on your dual-purpose cut and embossed dies. The addition of the metal cutting plate allows you to cut intricate dies in a single pass through the machine and enables you to cut multiple layers of fabric. For a perfect cut every time, you need Gemini, the electronic die cutting and embossing machine made by crafters for crafters.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hi, welcome back to Sewing Street. Look, I've got lots of white things. It's very not as colourful as it was. It's like all these white things. But this is really exciting because we are now selling wadding by the half metre. So unless you want to, you don't have to buy cut pieces. I mean, we obviously do still sell cut pieces because sometimes that's the most economical way to buy it, or it's exactly the right size. But we have been selling the 80-20 wadding, which is your 80% poly cotton, 20% polyester, by the half metre for quite a while. It's massively popular. So we've spent quite a time, well, the buying department's gone, the buying department, sorting this out, and we have now got lots of wadding, and not only the waddings that we've done before, but new waddings that we can supply to you by the half metre. So all you have to do is decide how much you want, put that number of units in your basket, and it will be sent to you as a cut piece. So what you need to do is find out how much you need. Say you're going to do a quilt. Add 8 inches to the width and the length. Or, I mean, I tend to add 8 inches or 4 inches minimum all round. So 8 to 10 inches, and then have it cut to that length, but obviously to the nearest half metre. So some of them are available in 2 different widths as well. So check that out. But as a rule of thumb, if you add 8 inches to the width and the length, that will give you enough, because your wadding should always be bigger than your finished quilt. So I'm going to go through the first one, which is bamboo and cotton blend. Now, the joy of bamboo wadding, which we haven't done before, is it's very soft, it's very super cool, it's very breathable. So it's, in a way, it will be softer than cotton and more breathable than that. It also has really good antibacterial properties. But with this wadding, because it's 50 cotton and 50 bamboo, the cotton adds a bit of extra body, because the bamboo is quite soft and luxurious, but the cotton adds a bit more body to it. That's all. Now this one is what's the width on this one? It doesn't say on here. Right, 228 centimetres. So that's pretty much big enough for the width of a quilt, because what's 228 in inches? I'm going to just check that. And this, I'm just going to open it out so I can fit it. Oh, this is so soft. Right, so that's 89 inches. So that's the width of it. So that's pretty much, there's not going to be many quilts you'll make that's wider than that. So all you have to do is choose the length that you want. Now this is half a metre. This is beautiful. This is beautiful. Have you ever had, I bought about 6 months ago, bamboo sheets and bamboo duvet cover. They are so soft and cool and gorgeous. This is lovely. I mean, the drape on this. I mean, I normally use a cotton wadding. So the glory of putting the cotton in here is if it's pure bamboo, it will be even softer and more draping. And obviously, different waddings offer different things. So depending on what sort of, not whether you're making a quilt, what sort of quilt, what are you going to do with it? Is it for going over the sofa? Is it going to be for lying outside on the grass? Is it going to be to going on your bed? Is it a gift for a really special occasion? Is it for somebody who has allergies? There's all sorts of things to think about. So, but this one is beautiful, really beautifully soft. Now, £5.49 for half a metre. Wow. Now, obviously, if you're making cushions, you know, half a metre, and this length, you've got, you know, a lot there because it's so wide. Look, that's half of the width. I have my arms not long enough. That's just half of it. That's the whole of it. So you've got a lot there. So maybe you're thinking, well, I want to do cushions, but I don't want it. It's not too bulky, this one. So you don't always want lots of bulk. And this is this is your normal wadding colour of a bit creamier. So that's your bamboo cotton mix one. So let's go wool. So now this is kind of the other side of it. This is like the upper end of wadding. Now it is got more loft than other waddings, but it is 100% wool. Now this is really good because it is hypoallergenic. So anyone who has allergy problems, so my son is allergic to everything live, but he's actually, honestly, you know when you've got one of those who's allergic to everyone, he really is. He's allergic to dust, feathers, anything. So he has a wool duvet and wool pillows, and it's the only thing, if he gets near feathers, he's gone for days. So there is something about wool that is very hypoallergenic, and obviously it's very warm and it's very cool as well. It is really good for machine quilting. It has got a thicker loft than your normal cotton wadding. Now this one is, what's the width on this one? 228, is that the one that's in the way? 228. What's that in inches? 89. So, you know, you've got a similar size, similar width. But although, you know, this is your top end of wadding, I'd say, it's only £1 more than the £6.49. And remember, that is amazing value because, again, it's really thick. I have to be honest, I have never used wool wadding, but now I've seen that we're doing it by the ½ metre. Maybe my next one will be in it. It's lovely. It's really, I mean, it feels like fleece. It's very soft, and if you look at it, it's not super thick. I mean, it does have a higher loft than, but it's not what you'd think. Oh, this is going to be a really super thick quilt. I would say, you know, it's probably only about 3 mils, 1/8 of an inch thick. Can you see there the thickness of it? Look at that. So there's the thickness of it. So it isn't super thick. I think what it is, it's just that when you quilt it, it retains its shape a bit more. But it's beautiful. It feels like wool. So it's needle punch, which is great because that means that it's not going to beard. If they need, I mean, you can, waddings will always to some extent beard. That means when the fibres from the wadding come through to the front. But it won't always do. But it is needle punch, which means it won't. But it will. If you're making a really special quilt or you want something that's going to go on your bed and you want it to be super warm, wool is going to do that. But again, remember, it's a natural product. It will be warm in winter and cool in the summer. It does say hand washing though. Whereas with the cotton, you can put it in the machine. But I think what I'm going to do actually, because I haven't used it, so I don't want to commit. I'd get ½ metre, and like maybe the next cushion or bag that I make, because I always quilt my bags, is use this. And then on a smaller project, you can see whether you like the look of it and how it feels for you before you commit to the whole thing. So if you've never used one of these waddings and you like the idea of it, just get ½ metre and see what you think. Let's go eco. So this is a very soft wadding. It's 70% cotton, 30% polyester. So it's a bit like your 80-20, and this is 70-30. It's made from 100% recycled material, 70% cotton, 30% polyester. And it's slightly off-white as well, which is quite nice. Very, very soft. So again, it's your 228 centimetres, which is 90 inches. So that's great. You've got a lot of room there. It is very soft. So, you know, when you kind of think recycled, it's going to be really stiff, but it isn't. This is real eco wadding, but this is lovely. So this is, if you like your 80-20, this is pretty much like your 70-30, but it's eco. It's recycled. It's very soft. It's lovely. And it's not as cream as your normal waddings. It's a bit whiter. So if I show you with this bamboo and cotton, which I would say is pretty much the same colour as the normal 80-20 that I use, look, it's slightly whiter. It's not, we have got one that's bleached, that's really white, but I would say it's like an ivory. So if you're thinking, oh, well, I have got a white quilt, that will be absolutely fine for that one. So that's your eco. Should we go 80-20 now? Right, so this is your 80-20. This is the one that we normally do. 80% cotton, 20% polyester. $5.99 for ½ metre, and that's the same width, isn't it? 90 inches. I can't read. I don't know why that camera's moved, so I can't read it. What does it say about what the width is? 228. I couldn't read over the other screen. That was moved. So this is your normal 80/20, £5.99 for half a metre. There we go. Can't get these mixed up. I'm going to have to put them in different places, or we won't know which is which. Let's do the white one, because sometimes if you're doing a really white quilt, yes, 48. Oh, ultra clean, super soft cotton. Ends in, it's LOYV48. Got it. So sometimes if you're doing a quilt that really is very white and you think, oh, I don't want to put that cream because there's so much white in it, then this is ideal. This is your cotton, 100% cotton wadding, this one, but it is, I don't know how it is, it bleached. So it's really, really white. Great for machine quilting, but it's really good for hand quilting as well. So now a lot of them, the 80/20 wadding, 80% cotton, 20% polyester, because the polyester gives it a little bit more strength. However, if you want it to be completely natural, if you've used cotton fabric and you've used cotton thread and you want the cotton, then you can get this, is because it's much more natural, obviously, because it's only cotton. You're not going to get any of that polyester in it at all. But it is completely white, isn't it? So much better, and really good for hand quilting as well. There we go. That's that one. So because it's really nice to have the choice, though, isn't it? Because you know, otherwise we always have all these different ones. I've got normal 100% cotton, 51. So now these two are the same. Right, these two are the same. They're both 80/20, but they're different widths. So this is where you need to have a think, because if you don't want the really wide, or don't need the really wide, they're different prices. So the one that you've got there, yeah, this is 315 centimetres wide. This is super wide. So what's that in inches? Right, that's 124. So most quilts that you do, you won't need this width. You will need but you will need the like 85 inches. But if you're making a quilt that is sort of 84, 85 inches and you need that extra, it's worth it. Also, it's actually better value to buy the wider. So maybe you're doing lots of cushions or you're quilting lots of bags. It might be worth you buying the wider one. So this one is $7.99 for half a metre. It's just your normal, I'm not going to do it all, it's your normal 80/20, but it's extra wide. So you are getting a lot. So have a think, have a look. I mean, when you go on the website, on the descriptions, all of the different names of them and all the different measurements, the centimetres, they're all on there. So have a think about what you're doing and what you need, but work out which is most economical for you. So that's, and then exactly the same is this one. This is 228 centimetres wide. So that's 90 inches. But remember, you need to add at least 8 inches to the finished dimension of your quilt because your wadding needs to be bigger. And that's £5.99, so that's £2 cheaper. But have a think about what works best for you. And then we'll go on to the polyester. Now, these are really good quality polyester. Again, we've got two. We've got the 315 centimetres wide. So that's, you know, your super wide again. So £5.99 for half a metre. So it's polyester. You know, it obviously isn't going to be your wool and all of that, but it's very good quality polyester. There are different qualities. It's super soft. And then we've got the one that's not quite so wide, 228. That's £3.99, but that's amazing value for 90 inches. £3.99 for half a metre, and it is beautiful quality. There are, well, we all know there are different qualities of the same thing, aren't there? But this is lovely. So there you go. Any questions, do ask me. All the measurements are on the website. Work out what you need, see what's most economical from you. I would recommend, if there's a wadding you haven't used before, like a wool or a bamboo, get half a metre, try it with a smaller project and see what you think. Because otherwise you'll always be using the same wadding all the time. You'll never try. So I'm going to try that with the wool one and see what I think before I commit to the whole quilt. Right, I'm going to move over now. We've got quilt kits galore. Oh, I like this one. Should we do this one first? Because it's behind me. It's behind me. Tickets to the tropics. So, this is from, do you know, I thought I recognised it. I can never know whether you say Scion or Skyon, but they do beautiful bedding with things like foxes and hedges on and stuff. And they do bedding and towels and all sorts, because I bought my daughter all the crockery and the bedding of the foxes, and I thought I recognised the prints. They sell their bedding particularly in all sorts of places, all over, and I didn't know that they did quilt kits. Ticket to the tropics. So in the kit you get all the fabric you need, beautifully wrapped, all in tissue paper, and you get the full instructions. Now this quilt is 176 by 207 centimetres. That's a big quilt. But do you know what? It's just half square triangles and squares. It is gorgeous, isn't it? It's beautifully quilted as well. But if you want to make, I think for $169.99 for a quilt that size, and I bet you've seen a lot of these prints. There's the Scion prints. They sell them all over the place. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Really like that. Everything that you need is in here, bar the backing fabric and the wadding. It includes the binding. So in total, you're getting 7.5 meters. It's free spirit fabric as well, so you know it's great quality. It's designer quality fabric. Obviously designed by, it's from the Asala collection by Scion, so obviously designed by them. All the fabric that you need is in there. I don't think I'm going to get it all in. Are we going to drop the price? Well, Ben's on the price drop mission, $149.99. Oh, and that is so nice as well, isn't it? I want to see what it looks like. $149.99, that's an amazing price. And all the fabrics you need are in there, all cut. Even the lovely orange print that goes around the border and the binding. So all you'll need is the backing and the wadding. And obviously, remember, we have super wide wadding. So this one is 176 by 207. So that is, yeah, that's double. I think that would do on your king size bed. Look, there's a fabric here. It's got little, are they chameleons? Let me see if I can find one higher up. There. Oh no, he's up here. Those little lizard things. I think they might be chameleons. And then we've got leopards. That's so cool, isn't it? Kind of, you know, you sort of feel that would suit so many different rooms. It's not too much, is it? It's not sort of too pastel or too, but just look at all the different little interesting bits on it. That's a lovely quilt. $149.99 for that one. Oh, we've got another one by Scion. Yeah. This one's called Breeze Blocks. How have I missed that they do quilt kits? Oh, and we've got the quilt as well. Oh, they are. Which one is it? It's that one.
It's the same pattern.
Oh, it's the same pattern, but just different colours. Okay. Right. How am I going to hang that one up? So this is the same fabrics as that one. There, our cat's going to hold the other end. The same fabrics as that one, but it's called Breeze Blocks. $119.99. Now this is available in 2 different colourways, so I'll show you. This one is called, which one is this one? This is that one. What's it called? Heading South, right? Well, no, the one I'm holding up. So the one that you've got on the screen is Breeze Blocks, which is the same quilt design, but just a different colourway. So this is Breeze Blocks, and the price was $119.99, is now $99.99. Wow, that's great. So under your £100, 142 by 175 centimetres It is free spirit, designer fabric, everything you need for the quilt top. Not the backing and the wadding, obviously, but everything else that you need. But isn't it beautiful? And I love the way, because it's such a nice fabric. This one is the Heading South one. The Breeze Block is the same, but a different colourway. You can really see, it's almost like library books, but you can really see lovely pictures of it. So if you've got any of the cyan bed linen, if you love these prints, and it's got like chameleons, cockatoos, leopards, you've got florals, it's just really beautiful. And then, oh, I can't hold that up for too long, it makes me arm. Heading South is the one that was just hanging up. Again, matching the price, $99.99. So Breeze Block is the same one, that was the first one we showed, which is just a different colourway. In fact, I might even open that one so you can see. Gets caught on the edge. There we go. So if you want one of these, you just need to choose the colourway, whether Heading South is the lighter and Breeze Blocks is the darker. So Breeze Blocks, all wrapped up in nice ribbon. So you've got, for the, you've got plain fabric. Oh, this is interesting. So what you've got with this one is you've got the books, the stripe sections are in plain fabrics, and then the print section, around the border section around the edge, is in the print fabric. So you've got all of these plains that go into the blocks, and then you've got this gorgeous big all over print which features all sorts of florals and leaves, and that is used. But when you look at it, if you see the way it's cut, it almost looks like these blocks are superimposed on top of it. It's levelled at intermediate, but you know, these instructions are great. It's got all the colours. I think a confident beginner could definitely do it. What's lovely is, I mean, you look at all the different colours you've got, and to try and get this yourself, because you've got all of these plain fabrics, they're very close shades, which makes them work together really well. And then you've got all this beautiful floral, which have been selected to tone exactly with it. So you've got everything, including the binding, that's all. And it just says that you'll need 165 by 195 centimetres of batting and 274 centimetres of backing. And all really easy to understand, very clear, all colour coded. And then, you know, you've got like even the picture on the back of how to put it together. That's a lovely quilt, really beautiful. And I think it's lovely when you have these curated kits, because it's so much easier then, because it's all in there. It's all in there. So if you're thinking, I'm going to make a quilt for someone, but I can never choose the right colour, or I've seen that, I can't find the right colour, that is absolutely ideal. Okay. Oh, is that it? Ah, so all these fabrics are fantastic. So with this kit, doesn't all come in a box. It's been curated. We've curated it. So in the book, in the kit, you get the book for the braided barge yellow. Let me find what page it's on. Which one is it? Is it that one, Bargelli Pam. That's what it's called. Bargelli Pam. What a brilliant name. But Pam. Yeah, Bargelli Pam. Yes. So that's the. So this is normally £152.11. You're getting 12 metres of fabric with that. 12 metres, and the book comes for free. And it's never ever been reduced. So you're getting the book for free, that's $14.99. You're getting 12 metres of fabric. Wow. That's mad, isn't it? But today, Ben's going to reduce the price. This is ridiculous. £139.99. Wow. Never been reduced. So look at all this fabric you're getting. Love this one. Look, one. So you get all these print fabrics. I mean, this is going to look fantastic. If you like Bargello, I mean, do you know what? Even if you don't want the Bargello, if you don't want that one, you can make any of them. 1, 2, 3. The quilt is 46.5 by 64.5 inches. Beautiful fabrics. I love that one. It's the seed heads. I mean, you know, this is gorgeous, isn't it? You're getting 12 metres of fabric in total. All of these beautiful zingy greens. Look at this. And this is what you need for Bargello. You need these close shades, because when you look at the instructions, you see you're creating strip sets. You're creating print ones, pink ones, green ones, yellow ones. So this has been put together so you've got all of those strip sets. You can make them all, and they're done with the mixtures and prints and plains. I mean, it's just absolutely stunning, isn't it? And the book is very good. If you've never done Bargello before and you think, I would really like to have a go at that, but I'm never going to be able to find it, where are you going to get all of these fabrics? All 24 of them for that price, and choose and be able to get all of them. If you've never tried Bargello before, the book is really good, because not only does it have all the patterns in it, but it also explains at the beginning exactly how to do it. It's all in there. It explains why, how, where and when, the whole lot. This is the journey and the destination all in one book, but you're getting the book for free, but it is absolutely stunning. So what a fantastic price, £139.99. Now remember, if you want to spread the cost of that, no interest, won't cost you anything, you can do it over 3 equal payments of £46.66. That means we take 1 hour now, we send you the kit straight away. You're getting the book for free, 12 metres of fabric, and it is beautiful. This isn't just all your plain fabrics, this is absolutely beautiful fabric. Designer fabrics, all sorts. We've got prints, even some of the plain fabrics have got that you know, the background texture on them. Less than 20 of these left. If you want one, you need to get it in your basket, because when they're gone, I mean, you can see how carefully collated these have been done. Once this kit has gone, that's it. We won't be able to do it again. It is stunning, isn't it? Where's the quilt? Don't know. There we go. But that is a fantastic kit, and that price as well is only a Ben special till midnight, if we still have any left. But we're not ever going to be able to recreate this, not with 24 different fabrics. So also remember, in the book there are 16 Bargello projects, all in there. Should we do a quick flick? So obviously, look, you've got all the how to make it, and it's really clear. I've spent quite a bit of time looking at this because I really want to do, but I've had to go at very basic Bargello. I want to move on to the next one, but it really is quite clear how to do it. And then you've got all these projects. Look at them. Love that one. Oh, they're just glorious, aren't they? I mean, do you know what, as well? You could probably, if you decided, right, I want to do a different one. Hoses in the Shed, I love that, because I love the name of it. But it's called Hoses in the Shed. Because it is, isn't it? All the hose pipes come unreeled. It's in the shed. Well, I think maybe the shed's on fire. Not sure. But you could probably do one of the others if you wanted. Sneaker laces, lovely. But it is all about, and they explain it to you, it's all about having sets. So you have your pinks, you have your darks, you have your prints. Tackle box. Tangled angles. See, that is good, but it's what's really important, which is great if you've got the kit. What's really important is these graduated shades, because when you look at the Bargello, you can see how you've got the light going down to the dark, and that's how it works. And when you look, this is the strip set, that you get the light going down to the dark, and that's how it works. But with this kit, we've done that hard work for you. You don't have to work out of what you need to do. Twisty knot. Bargelli Kate. Bargelli Kate. Bargelli Ben. Oh, Ben. He's been waiting for this moment. Ben. He's just gone mad in the studio. He's very, very excited that his name is finally in the book. Bargelli Ben. He's coming in.
Oh, you gave me keys?
He's coming in.
Hi.
He's just taking a photo. That's so exciting.
Send that to my mum.
Yeah, do that. Say, you could tell them. Say it was made for you. Bargelli Ben. So excited. He's gone back now. He's got big. Bargelli George. I don't know who he is. Bargelli Drew. And Bargelli Pam. And that is the one that we're making. So the important thing about Bargelli Pam is you need the prints. You need the dark, you need the greens, and you need the pinks. There we go. Bargelli Jake. And then lots of pictures as well. So there we go. If you love a Bargello, and it's all about the colour selection, get this kit before it goes. We will not be able to do it again. Should we do my new best friend, Cave? I don't think he'd quite agree that I'm his new best friend, but I think he's my new best friend. Right, this one. Is it this one? Have we got a picture? Half square triangles heaven quilt. Yay. So this kit is designed by Emma from the Swift Quilting Company. So in the kit you get all of the instructions, which are fab. Now this is double bed size quilt. That's a very good price. Hang on a minute, it's double bed size. You're getting full instructions by Emma Bradford, so we know they'll work. Really, really comprehensive photos, choices of layouts. So you don't have to do the one on the front. You can choose any of these layouts. And you're getting 3 meters of white fabric. Oh, and by the way, a Cave layer cake for $69.99. So you're getting a whole Cave Free Spirit layer cake. Look at the colours in here. It's all blues. Is this one? Oh, I've got one opened. Look at the colours in here. I love the way as well that you can choose the layout. I think I'd go for that one. I like that one. Actually, that's the one that's on the front, I've just realised. I like that one, or maybe that one. But look at the colours in here. So it's his blues, isn't it? So if you want, and also I think what's lovely about this is because it's such a crisp white, the blues and the whites will look beautiful together, and you will get that as your finished layout. $69.99. That's a ridiculous price. That's gorgeous, isn't it? You could make this, go and visit a castle, pretend to be Cave. Take photos and go, yeah, I just got a Cave quilt. And this is full double bed size quilt as well for $69.99. I mean, it's gorgeous, isn't it? And Emma Bradford, you know, fantastic quilter, all marvellous. So the instructions will be brilliant and work. That's one of my favourite ones. Love the fossil. Anyway, $69.99. Once it's gone, it's gone. We won't be able to recreate that one because we've only got so many of those back. Let me move that to one side. Which one can I do next? Where is she? Oh, that one. So is this the autumn one? So we've done with Alice Caroline these mini sampler quilts. We've done spring, summer and autumn now. I think we've only got winter to go. Now what you can do is you can make them just the one, or what some people have done is they've joined them all together. So they're going to put them all together so you can make just one square, or you can make more. Now what's beautiful about these is there's a mixture of techniques. You've got some piecing, you've got some applique, you've got some EPP, but you have got in here all the separate pieces of Liberty fabric. Now I saw Alice Caroline yesterday at Festival of Quilts. Their store was so busy because they had all of the their quilts and everything on display. It was gorgeous because you only need, in order to get the complexity of design with this, I love the radish, that is my favourite. I mean, there's like 2 different Liberties on that radish. To get all of, well, 5, 2 on the radish and 3 on the leaves. To get all of those, and you only need little pieces of Liberty, costs you a fortune. So it's $54.99, and it's a beautiful journey, this one, because you can sit by the machine, do a little bit of piecing. You can sit on the sofa in the evening, do a bit of EPP. You can do a little bit of hand applique, a bit of machine applique, and then you make that beautiful quilt. Now, it's 17.5 by 17.5, so it makes a lovely cushion. But I know that there are a lot of people who have joined us from the beginning with this and are collecting them all, and they're going to make them all into a bigger wall quilt. So that's the autumn one. Now I've also got the summer one. So remember that one. And then you can decide whether you're going to get them all or just one. I haven't got this, maybe we haven't done that one yet. There's the summer one. I love the hydrangea, that's my favourite on this one. And again, you've got all of the fabrics. I like the fact that they are beautifully packaged as well. So you've got all of those different ones. You've got the real iconic Betsy one, you've got all the different colours. And so some of it like this is machine pieced. That's hand applique. $59.99. There we go. So again, you've got a whole mixture, but it is all genuine Liberty fabric from across their range as well, from different eras. That's that one. Two more Alice Caroline ones. Oh, are we going to have a reduction? Cheeky reduction. I'll bring back the summer one. Cheeky reduction on the summer one. £5 off. Why not? It's summer. So I imagine we must be doing the winter one soon. So if you want to start collecting them, we've done the summer and the autumn one. £5 off. Remember, this is 17.5 by 17.5 inches. So you could make it into a cushion. You could make it into a mini wall hanging, or you could collect them all. Okay, I would like to do this one. It's called Outdoors by Kath Holden. It's Moda and its code is MW1115. I love the box. Look, the box has got basket round the edge. It's really nice. Look, this is what the quilt looks like. This is what drew me to it. I think that's absolutely beautiful. Isn't that beautiful? It's like an enormous star, but I think the fabrics are fantastic. The ruler is included in the kit. I'm going to open it up in a minute. £149.99. Now this is 85 by 85. This is a big quilt. This is definitely your king size. So I'm going to open this. I really like this. You know, I can never work out how to open these. I always think there must be a better way. Oh, do you pull that out? Oh, I knew there was a better way. Right. So, in the kit, you get the ruler for free. You get the instructions called Big Sky Star. Everything you need to know in there. But look at the fabric. Oh, I've just realised. I think it might be brush cotton. No. I'm going to have to open it to have a little feel. Just to know. It's brush cotton. That's quite exciting. It's Kath Holden's Outdoorsy. Outdoorsy. Well, it feels, I'm just checking now, it feels like brush cotton. Maybe it's not. If it's not, it's really smooth. It's super smooth. It almost feels like it, but I don't know whether it is now. But look at it. So look at this. You've got in here, you have got so much fabric. You've got half a yard of 12 colours. There's loads. 2 5/8 of another colour. 7 colours. There's loads of fabric in here. Does it say on the thing? Anyway, no, it doesn't. But you get the free ruler. Then you get, look at this lovely red check. Look at that. Lumberjack mustard check. It's called Outdoorsy. But you know, if you wanted, look at this one. Love words. Cotton fishing lines, spinner lines. It's like all fishing tackle. This is it's called Outdoorsy because you could use this as your outdoor quilt, but there's just so much interest. But because these are all cut as all these little diamond shapes, you're only going to get small amounts. This is the most unusual quilt. You've got that same fabric in a navy. Look, you've got the basket weave that's on the box. I think I might buy it just for that one. You've got the red and you've got these sort of speckled ones. Look at this one. It's like moss. It's not brushed cotton. I really thought it was. And do you know why? Because it is so soft. It's obviously Moda, isn't it? That's beautiful. I love that. It is like moss, isn't it? We've got a bit of wood. So I don't know, what would you, it's almost like you think, oh well, this is a quilt for a man, isn't it? But it's just beautiful. You put this on a bed because it's got all these lovely sort of wood and checks and textured prints. It just is very, very homely. We've got 3 wooden prints, and then you've got all of the plain fabric that's used for the background, which is a really nice sort of warm ivory cream. That's a beautiful kit. Actually very tempted by that one. So how much one is that? £149.99. Reduced. So that's what, £30 off? £30 off. So you've got all of the instructions and you get the special ruler for £149.99. But 3 split pay, get it home, £49.99, interest free. You can have that. I'm gonna little check to see, but oh, okay, now this is even better. So I haven't got to cut diamonds. It is strip pieced. So you cut the strips of the fabric, then you get your free ruler and you cut them, you can see there, diagonally, and that's how you make the diamonds. So there's no diamond, you're not cutting diamonds and sewing them together, you're strip piecing and then turning them into diamonds. Oh, well, this is fine then. Colour your own. And then you see, once you've got it, you can make your own, can't you? You can use it for other fabrics. That's my favourite quilt today. Love that one. I'll put the ruler back. Might have that one. Pop that in my basket. That's gorgeous. Next, which one should we do next? Oh. Should we do this one? Anna Maria, because we started with Anna Maria. Maybe we should finish with Anna Maria. So this one is called Fly. Have we got that one? Oh, in real life. Fly With Me. So this kit is from Anna Maria Horner's. We started with her fabric this morning and we've got her kit now. This is 152 by 180 centimetres. Oh, we haven't got an example of that one. This is gorgeous. Look at the fabric in this one. Now I've worked out how to open the box. So this is normally £249.99, but not today it isn't. £199.99. £199.99. How much fabric do we get in this one? Lots. 9.5 metres of fabric, and it's Anna Maria Horner fabric as well, and full instructions. Beautiful. I mean, look at this fabric. It's all the pieces you need. There's loads of different colours. Instructions are really easy to understand as well because they're all colour coded. Look at all the colours in here. You've got lilacs and amazing blues with big splodges of. I mean, this is the most stunning. This is kind of wall art, isn't it? Because I'd obviously put it on a bed, but it is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? £199.99 just for today only. Special Ben offer. Fly With Me quilt. But those deals disappear as well at midnight. The deal will be no longer then. So that's Fly With Me. Let's put that one away. Oh, we've got so many. Do you know what? There's so many here. You have to choose. How about that one's lovely, isn't it? Kings and Pawns. Bit of Tula Pink. Bit of Tula Pink in this one. Oh, we've got this quilt as well. Let me show you the quilt. You don't need to see the box. The quilt's the thing. There's my glamorous assistant. Look at that. So that's your Tula Pink. Isn't that beautiful? I love that. So you've got these large diamonds in the centre of each where you can really fussy cut, so you can see, like you see how they put the flamingos in the centre, and then you've got the smaller diamonds around the edge. So normally 199.99, reduced today only to 178.99. It's 156 by 174. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? And look at this one where you've got the diamonds around the edge. Again, this is strip pieced and then cut on a die. You're not sewing diamonds together, but it features all, there's no plains in here. These are all print fabrics from Tula's collection. Look at these diamonds where you've got the pinks, you've got all the little rainbows coming out. It is stunning, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. So that's 178.99. That is a bargain. Tula pink, kings and pawns. Gorgeous. I won't get all of it out because you just need to see what it looked like, really. But it is all Tula fabric, no plains at all either, which is quite nice. Oh, I'll do that one later. Let's do this one. It's pretty. This is, oh no, I like this one because it's a really traditional quilt. Hope Blooms. Again, this is a Moda quilt kit. Hope Blooms. This has a melon included in the kit. That's confused Ben now, hasn't it? It's got a melon in the kit. So, with this one, you have got full instructions. The melon template. And not a real watermelon, that would be silly, wouldn't it? He's disappointed now. There's your melon. I know it looks brown like cardboard, but it isn't. It's an acrylic template. It's just they put that on the back to keep it safe. So this is 139.99. You've got all of the instructions there, and then you've got all of this Moda fabric. All of that Moda fabric, and it is beautiful. It's a real proper traditional quilt. 139.99. So it's 167 by 167. But with this, you can make the quilt 167 centimetre square, and not all, but and a runner, whether that's a bed runner or a table runner, depends what you want to do, 56 by 117 centimetres. Or if you didn't want to do that, you could make cushions. So you could make the quilt and you could make some cushions to go with it. But look at the colours in it. It's really lovely shades of creams and really warm greens. It's your proper autumny winter quilt, isn't it? 139, that's a really good price when you think that you're getting the quilt and the runner or cushions with it and the melon template. I think that's a really nice quilt kit. Gorgeous, isn't it? So it's all in there, everything that you need, but I love the fabric. It's really just warm and cosy. But you have to think about who you're making your quilts for, don't you? Oh, I like that pretty. Let's do that pretty one there. The cottage core. Lovely, this one. Cottage core. Oh, we've got this one as well. Yeah, but that was definitely the right decision. This is one of my favourite pretty ones as well. I don't know. I'm not sure which is my favourite of today. Look at that. So we've got apple green gingham and flowers, and we've got florals in whites and strawberries and raspberries. It's so pretty. If you have that on your bed, that's like a really, you just want to get into it. It's so comfy and pretty, isn't it? And it's a really good size. What size is that then? 217 by 270 centimetres, that's big. There are, in total, there's over 13 different prints. There's over 11 metres of fabric in this quilt. So put that on. I mean, if you're thinking, right, I've got to start thinking, I promised I'm going to make someone a quilt, promised I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it for Christmas. This is a fantastic kit. It's very pretty. And I like the mixture of the grey check with the lime as well, and all those pretty raspberries and strawberries. Beautiful. It's beautiful. Now, all of the other kits are available on the website. You just go, if you go onto sewingstreet.com, click on Watch Live and scroll down from there. It's all there, because I've got quite a few, haven't been able to get through them. The reductions are there, brilliant. So if you want to get, I mean, I love that one. Now I can't decide between the cottage one and the home. They're so different, aren't they? Just don't know now. Anyway, thanks for joining me today on Sewing Street. It's been lovely. Nice to hope anyone who was at Festival Quilts today, hope you had a great day. Well, you're probably not home yet, you're probably still shopping, having lunch. Tomorrow Stuart will be here. At 8 o'clock we have got the Village Fabrics final block of the month, because it's been going on for a while, hasn't it? And the final one is tomorrow at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock it's William Morris Fabrics. 10 o'clock, so that 8 o'clock is with Yvonne. 10 o'clock Yvonne will be back to do the Harvest Cornfield wall hanging. Now at 11 we've got some more cave quilt kits. So from his book, the Quilts in Wales book, on Thursday we did some of them, we did 4 of them. Tomorrow we've got 4 more. They are beautiful, absolutely beautiful. In fact, I think my favourite one is tomorrow. So they're going to be lovely. You'll really enjoy seeing them. The quilt kits are beautiful. And the thing is with this book, you get the book, you can use your own fabrics, but lovely to use his. Then at 12 o'clock, it's all about fabulous fabrics and tools. So that will be a great day. I will be back here on Monday, actually. Monday, we're doing a bit of Christmas. Monday is going to be Christmas in August, so I will see you back for then. I'm going to have to try and find a Christmas dress before that. Have a lovely weekend. Hope you enjoyed the show if you've been. Message us in and share us your shopping. And I'll see you back here on Monday.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey so